Scheffler got arrested this morning, got out of jail, made it to the golf course, and is having a hell of a day. 8 under is Scotty Scheffler, tied for 5th right now. Colin Morikawa is the leader at 12 under. The Minnesota Timberwolves destroyed Denver last night, 115-70. They will have a Game 7 Sunday. Indiana's trying to force a Game 7 tonight.
Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagle.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagle has the day off. I'm Jason Minix. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out with us on this Friday afternoon. AJ? AJ. Edwin, will you go wake up AJ Hoffman from his morning nap? I think he might still be in the middle of a nap. I know he was on the floor in there sleeping in his office earlier, and then he was walking around. I don't know where the hell he is. He knows we start at 2 o'clock, right?
He must have overslept.
Hell, happens to the best of us. AJ Hoffman off to a flying start on this Friday afternoon. First time sitting in, hosting the Blitz, and nowhere to be found. No. Oh, is he running in late? Is that what happens? You know, it's interesting because I was listening to the Morning Huddle this morning, and he was late for a segment there too, although I think he was just down the hall realizing that we have some of the cheapest toilet paper on planet Earth. I don't know. I mean, I know you were sleeping earlier, and you got the crappy Rob Thompson chair, by the way. You might want to swing a different chair over there because bad toilet paper and not a comfortable floor to sleep, huh?
Yeah, that's been an issue. If I've got to stay here, or if I've got, like today, I was pulling kind of a double shift. I was supposed to have a meeting in between those 2 shifts, and meeting got canceled. So I said, "Oh, I got to take a nap." And, there's no. We have a bunch of empty offices in this back row.
Sure.
I don't understand why one of them can't be a nap room.
A nap room.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't be for everybody, but it'd be for guys like us who we're not like.
Well, what would go in your nap room?
A couch.
All right, just a couch. Okay,
Yeah.
so not like a bed with sheets on it.
No.
Just a couch with a pillow and maybe a blanket.
I don't even want I don't want to share pillows with anyone. I don't need any of that. Like, just a couch.
But the armrest is just fine because you could drool on that while you're sleeping, just like you would a pillow.
Oh, well, what I would do is I would bring a pillow from home and keep it in my office.
Okay.
And then when I need to use the nap room, I would take my pillow in the nap room.
Okay.
Like there wouldn't be community pillows. That's weird.
Well, it is weird, but I mean, I can understand. There's been times in this building where there were couches, and that was long before HR was a thing. And a lot of things happened in this building back in the early 90s when I worked here the first time. And so I can understand why there's no longer couches here, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, it's a great point. There are times where you just need to go take a nap.
Yeah.
I mean, don't the Google people, don't they have nap pods in there?
Pods.
Right? I know this ain't Silicon Valley,
or
but
Amazon, they do it too.
I think they have stuff like that at Rackspace.
Oh,
don't they?
It just makes sense. And it's a modern world.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I get up at 3:30 in the morning.
Oh man.
I need sometimes if you're gonna ask me to do anything past 2 o'clock, it makes sense that there would be a place for me to rest my head.
So
that's all.
Going and sitting out in the car with the air conditioner running, lean back in your chair. That's what Edwin does. You know how many times I've come to work and Edwin's asleep in his car? I mean, he goes out there to eat lunch and just takes a nap.
I mean, I guess it's a possibility. I could do that, but it's not dark. Like, I want a nap room to be dark.
Okay.
A dark room with a couch. That's all I'm asking for.
A dark room with a couch.
We could get rid of Rob's desk in my office and just put a couch there.
I mean, you could, except for Rob wouldn't have a desk.
Rob never sits at his desk.
Never. I know.
He doesn't need a desk.
Trust me. I know. But Rob would need a desk. By the way, why is there one crutch in your office?
Well, that's not mine. These are all things that that got moved into Rob's office or from his old office into his new one. So apparently it was in his
right.
old office and
Badge of honor.
yeah.
I mean, it's there. If you ever break a leg, he's got a crutch.
You got one.
You got one.
You better only break one leg.
I mean, you got one.
Yeah.
You're there. So my advice to you is the new guy. This is the end of your second full week here, correct?
It is.
Right down the street is Eisenhower Road Flea Market.
Okay.
Go get yourself a couch. And actually, there are times when they don't mow along Eisenhower very often because you really don't want to see what's on the other side of the weeds. But when they do, you realize people have entire homes back there.
Oh yeah.
You can go find yourself a good couch. And if you put it
I'm
in
not gonna
that,
steal someone's house.
well, I mean, they're not around. I mean, I'm not saying if they're using it, you don't want that one, but you could go there. There's some other places in this area. If you put a couch back there in one of those offices that nobody goes in, you might be the only one that knows it's there for 3 years.
That'd be okay.
I'm just saying, you might just put a couch in there and close the door.
Who's the wiser?
I'm trying to think
I need a key to one of those offices. That's all I'm asking.
The last time, I would imagine a man like you probably has some skills to get into that door.
I could probably do that, but I'd like to be able to get into it regularly.
I think
and not have other people.
I think if you get into it once and unlock it, it doesn't get locked again.
You don't think so?
Edwin, have you ever been in that back hallway down yonder?
No.
All right. How long have you worked here?
August will be 3 years.
All right. Ever since we we went home for COVID, and all those people are work from home now. I don't know that anybody has been back there except for maybe Greg Shelton.
Who was on that row?
Who was on that row? That was our traffic department.
Okay.
Sonia was back there, and Vita was back there. I'm trying to remember who else had offices back. I think Jorge had an office back there. He's over there over there by the lounge. Have you been to the Alamo Lounge yet? That's where he's at now. So it might be a storage area. It might be empty.
One of them's got to be empty.
I have no idea. I would say the one at the end of the hall, that was a big office with like 3 people in it. That's where you want your couch.
I don't mind a small room.
Well,
because it's just gonna have a couch in it.
Well, I mean,
it's no frills.
I'm just saying, if you want it, just go find yourself a couch and move it in. Nobody's gonna notice.
Okay. Well, I can't move a couch in by myself. Someone would know about this place. There'd be at least one person.
Well, tell Greg Shelton.
I'm not telling him. Of all the people,
I mean,
you think that guy's gonna help me move a friggin' couch?
He'll bitch about it.
I'm like, hey,
he'll show you where the dolly is, but he's the one with the key too.
This is what I told him. I said, listen,
and he's the one that might use it more than you.
I'm driving in here 4 a.m. I drove past the station.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. You know why? Because our sign isn't lit. I said,
why is our sign not lit?
Oh,
why? Hold on. Why do we have a sign that needs lighting?
Well,
we're not McDonald's.
No, but like if someone's looking for Alpha Media,
nobody's looking when it's dark.
Well,
we don't want people coming here when nobody's at work.
But you want people to see that your business exists. That's why people have signs outside their business.
Well, I get that. But if you noticed, our sign says Alpha Media. It doesn't say 94.1. It doesn't say Jack. It doesn't say KTSA.
It could.
I mean, it could.
Probably should.
But it doesn't.
But
I mean, it's a weird business in a residential neighborhood.
I like the idea of having it, and I see that there at one point was a light. And I've confirmed with other people that there was at one point a light.
Yeah.
The light went out, and I said, can we fix the light? I drove past the station. And he's like,
you told that to Greg Shelton?
Asking me to do something.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I asked a guy for a power strip. It was like, you'd think I said, hey, do you have a Pato Gold? And I mean, it was like a big deal. I'm not asking hard things.
It's not just, I mean, again, if he thinks he might benefit from said couch,
maybe so.
He might do that. And if not for him, for Josie the dog. I mean, Josie's got a nice couch in his office that she sleeps on.
Oh, he's got a couch in his office?
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe.
Interesting.
It's more like a dog bed, but it's pretty
I
fancy.
don't care.
I mean, but
I'm
that
not
would,
worried about.
I mean, here's the thing. You were in the 101st, right?
Uh-huh.
You've slept in worse places.
Dude, let me tell you something. You know, when I got out of the Army,
Uh-huh.
I was 21 years old when I got out of the Army.
Yeah.
I'm now 43 years old.
There you go.
My body sleeping on the ground is different than it was when I was 21 somehow.
Uh-huh.
It's a big difference.
A big difference. But, you know, you've been in worse situations.
Yes, but man, at my age now, like when you've laid down for a while on the concrete and then you get up, it's like, oh boy, I'm limping for the next 5 minutes.
Uh-huh.
It's just,
I
I'm not built for like I used to be.
in no joking aside, as much as I hate the carpet on the wall in here because the allergies, we never vacuum the walls unless you bitch a lot. I think the carpet on the walls is better than the carpet on the floor.
Probably.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Pretty sad.
I had a nap. That was my option.
I'm glad you got your nap in. Glad you made the show sort of on time. At least made the first segment.
Yeah. People, listen. I try to have quick conversations with people. There's no quick conversations in this building. That's what I've noticed.
There's not. Although I will say, you do a good job of extending conversations too. I mean, part of it's you're new, and I know who you're talking to, and
I mean, I've got questions. I'm trying
yes,
to, you know.
and you know, and then you kind of get sidetracked on this or that or the other, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's like, man, I got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Exactly what happened just now.
Yeah. You know, as I was in on that conversation, what time is it? 1:48. I gotta go.
That was a good call by you.
I gotta get ready for a show.
Yeah.
You know.
And then I said, what time is it? Oh, 2:01. I gotta go.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go. It's part of it. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out in for Joe Reinagel on this Friday morning. I can only imagine what it was like for you and Rob this morning as the Scotty Scheffler story was developing during your show. It's rare that the morning show gets breaking news.
We got it today,
but
baby.
You had it this morning. And what we've learned from this morning till now at 2:12 in the afternoon, we'll give you the latest. By the way, he's at 9 under. Going to jail this morning has not affected his golf game. He doesn't need a 3-hour warm-up, apparently. We'll dive into that coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
94.1.
What are your plans for the weekend? I hope they include the Big Blind, the premier poker room in San Antonio, featuring an upscale environment catering to players from all abilities. In fact, the Big Blind is now open at 9 o'clock every morning. Not just that for all you early birds. How about free tacos and coffee? And you can win the button, win $100. The Big Blind now open at 9 a.m. every day. From daily cash games to daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments, you can celebrate the spirit of poker at the Big Blind. It's from the owners of the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant. So first of all, it's locally owned. That's important. Second of all, you know it's a great place from the owners of the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant. The Big Blind offers food and beverage served directly to your table, full bar, and of course, all the games on all the TVs. You will not miss any of the action. The Big Blind, you know where it's at, right down from the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant, right there at 281 and Redland Road.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Being stuck in a bad timeshare can be overwhelming, straining your finances, your health, and even family relationships. I know because everyday families call us for help, stressed to no end because of a timeshare they were misled into buying and can't even use. Some people even get second jobs or come out of retirement just to pay for fees that go on forever. I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help good folks out of bad timeshare deals. And our mission is working. To date, we've helped over 40,000 families achieve timeshare freedom. Give me a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free exit info kit. 800-995-2929. 800-995-2929. 800-995-2929.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com. Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the UFC fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch a game. The Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant and in the same plaza as the Big Blind there at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagle has the day off. A.J. Hoffman.
Again, you could say.
What?
Joe Reinagle has the day off again.
I can't bitch about Joe taking days off. I take a ton of days off.
Well,
I've been here 16 years. I got a lot of vacation days. So
I think you're using them up. Like I feel like you're probably out of them, but nobody.
No, got a.
That's when you got a plan.
I've got a week and a half in June where I'm going to Portland for my nephew's wedding, and then after that we're going to Wyoming for the rest of the week. So that one will be long, but I do a lot of long weekends. So a day here, and that's how we travel a lot. But
okay.
And then you still end up losing about a week every year. Here's word to the wise. I don't know what you worked out for vacation days when you got here. They don't carry over. It is use them or lose them.
Okay. Yeah, no one told me that.
Which sucks.
That does kind of suck.
Yeah, and you can't cash them in. You can't. It's use them or lose them.
Okay.
And so, when they made that change years ago, schedule a lot of trips. That's definitely what we want you to do. As you get settled in kind of later, you're now on screen, sort of on the YouTube.
Oh, am I off of it now?
A little bit.
I'm trying to adjust that. This is Rob's. This is not my normal side.
Yes.
So I'm usually on the I'm where you're at, but when I came in the studio today, you were sitting there. So
it's my spot.
Is it though?
It's been for 16 years. Yeah.
All right.
If I fill in with you in the mornings, I might sit over there.
Okay.
Although honestly, if I fill in for Rob in the mornings, I'm at my kitchen table.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of, all right. So AJ's now on camera. So if you're watching on the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel, you can see what AJ looks like after an afternoon nap.
That's right.
So this morning I wake up. Well, actually, my wife wakes me up earlier than I normally wake up.
Honey, there's a golf thug.
Well, that kind of was like, hey man, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, what? And Scotty Scheffler's arrested. Jeff Darlington is apparently the witness talking about it. How bizarre of a story this has turned into. Then you see the police report and the cop and I can't tell because the way Jeff Darlington made it sound this morning is the cop like jumped on the hood of the car. He used the
trying to stop him,
attached himself to the car and then fell off. His pants are worth $80 and they're damaged beyond repair.
So
literally that's in the police report.
Is Scotty gonna have to buy him a new pair?
Apparently. I mean,
hope he's got insurance.
His hand hurts and his knee went by ambulance.
I'm not sure if you heard, but he was assaulted by Scotty Scheffler.
Was he assaulted? If he jumped onto the car, I don't know. See, here's the thing.
Oh, maybe if Scotty Scheffler had complied.
Well, that's it. They're cops. You always listen to the cops, but I mean, but I could totally see what's happened with Scotty Scheffler. Scotty has instructions on how he's supposed to get somewhere, and lost in all this is somebody got hit by a shuttle bus and died. So you had a whole bunch of cops. It's rainy, traffic sucks. It's a chaotic scene. I get all of that. And I'm sure you've dealt with this before throughout your media career. You've got a press credential and a media pass. He's got his player pass. And while general public can't go away, you know your parking is over there. And you've got all the credentials to get through there. And hey, I've got this credential. I'm trying to go through there. And normally a lot of times you'll come up and cops like trying to wave you through and you're, no, I'm going this way. I've got to pass here. And then like, oh, okay, cool. Go ahead. So I could almost see a situation like, was he dealing with that? Other players apparently were doing that.
So apparently the reason why they tried to stop the suspect, Mr. Scheffler, was because he was behind two buses. And the first bus did not have a driver for whatever reason. Like, I'm not sure what happened, but the driver got out or something. The second bus had players and some media types, including Jeff Darlington on it. Behind them was Scotty Scheffler in the car that had like it was marked as an access car. Well, because the first bus didn't have a driver, it wasn't moving. The second bus was right behind it. There was no option for the second bus. But you know how it is sometimes in Texas, especially if you're stuck on the highway and things aren't moving and you see that access road and you weigh out,
I can get there.
Can I get
I
through
got
this
that.
grass? How
Yep.
is there a big ditch or is there a path? And Scotty Scheffler said, well, there's a shoulder here. I'm not waiting on these buses. So he went around on the shoulder and said, I'm gonna take this into my own hands. I got golf to play today.
Absolutely. I'm the world's #1 golfer, damn
The
it.
most important thing in this world is that I get to the golf course.
Yes.
So he said, I'll be damned about laws. I'll be damned about cops trying to stop me. The most important thing is that I make my tee time.
Got places to go.
And so he broke the law by veering off into the shoulder, going around the traffic.
Yep.
An officer saw him break the law and said, sir, please stop. He ignored the commands of the officer, basically. The officer then tried to physically grab onto his car to stop him, which maybe not the best choice. That's a good way to get your pants ripped beyond repair.
They're $80 pants. I mean,
what kind of pants are you wearing?
I'm wearing shorts right now.
Well, what'd you pay for them?
I don't know.
You don't know, huh?
30, 40 bucks.
I bet
maybe?
if you paid 80, you'd know.
Probably.
Yeah, you'd be like, oh,
probably.
these are my dress shorts.
Yeah.
But so once I think those pants were ruined and the perpetrator saw that he had perhaps injured the cop, injured his hand. We don't know if it's broken. He finally stopped and then he put his window down. Well, it's about time. And I'm sure Scotty Scheffler was thinking, it's raining. I don't want to put my window down and get water in my car.
Sure.
It's a rental. I don't want to pay for this.
It's not even a rental. It's the courtesy car that they give you when you go to these things.
So he puts the window down. The officer says, give me your hand. And Scotty gave him his hand. And the officer said, please let me help you get out of the car. And Scotty started to fight him, is what it sounds like to me, and assaulted him.
Well, the way it sounded is if, and it might, but I think he was yanked out of that car.
Was he?
I don't think please was used. And if I just fell off the car and ripped my $80 pants, I don't think I'd say please too.
You'd be angry.
I know a lot of police officers listen to this show. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. I'd love to hear from a police officer that has been in situations like that. Because I see both sides
where
here.
He was being attacked by a thug.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a chaotic scene. And what do you do in a situation like that. Like I don't think that cop really wanted to arrest Scotty Scheffler until he ripped his pants and fell down. And even those cops
I think
that
it
were
was an
taken away.
embarrassment arrest.
Well, yeah, the Jeff Darlington video where, he's walking through and, apparently Scotty Scheffler saw Jeff and was like, "Hey, Jeff, can you help me here?" And the cops are like, "Hey, who is that guy?" Well, that's Scotty Scheffler. He's the number one player in the world. He's a golfer there. He's not just some fan trying to get
Not
in.
some slappy.
Right? But he's got his credentials. But you assaulted the officer, you get arrested. Now, I know you can get arrested and get out of jail fairly quick. And fairly quick is generally 6-8 hours, right? Scotty Scheffler was there for an hour. He's got the sexiest mugshot I've ever seen from somebody that just got arrested. Did you see the meme today?
I love that he's in the orange jumpsuit, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Change your clothes.
Yeah.
This isn't sponsored, sir. I really can't have a photo with non-sponsored clothes. Do you know who I am? And maybe he'll end up with a jumpsuit endorsement deal. Who knows? If clothing manufacturer, if they've got a sense of humor, will certainly come out with an orange shirt relatively quick, right? But you look at it, he's back at the golf course and playing great basketball today.
Not basketball.
Playing great golf today. Yeah. He probably is going to play good basketball later.
He might. Well, he practiced because he was he'd get an hour of yard time every day when he was in. And that's what they were allowed to do. He'd lift weights and play hoops. So apparently his game is getting better.
He is now tied for third at 9 under. Schauffele's at 10 under through 3. Morikawa is at 11 under. Now, Scotty Scheffler's at hole 17. So about an hour or so, maybe he'll be done. If he does talk to the media today, then we are going to try to bring that to you live. If he is talking to the media. Now, his lawyer has already talked. Now, I don't know about pro golfers and how it works. Why is his lawyer already in Louisville? Does his lawyer just automatically travel with him? Is this his regular lawyer or just the guy that he found? Like, when you get arrested, here's a list of lawyers you could call. But here's what his lawyer had to say. Scott Romines, I guess. Romines.
Traffic road, and that had changed the traffic patterns, and he was unaware of that. And I think the officer that was directing traffic was maybe not part of the event traffic detail, and so that's where the miscommunication arose, and that's why we're here.
Miscommunication. That's all it was.
That's all it was.
There was a change in the traffic where apparently now in Kentucky it's illegal to drive on the shoulder and illegal to drive with a cop attached to your car. They don't like that here, apparently.
What I really want to know, this, and I don't know why, it's just morbid curiosity. For him to get out of jail, I mean, he gets detained at 6:35 Eastern, or maybe 6:55 Eastern. There's pictures of him with handcuffs at 6:55 Eastern time. He is out of jail and released at 8:43 Eastern time. He gets to the golf course at 9:17. Did Scotty Scheffler get a police escort from jail back to the golf course? I really want to know that.
It's entirely possible. I mean, I don't know what the setup is over there at Valhalla. I don't know how far the police station is from the golf course, but it all happened pretty quick.
Very quick. And, reading this week about Rory getting divorced, did you hear the story about how he actually met his wife that he is now divorcing?
No.
She used to be an intern for PGA. They were at a golf tournament, I want to say in Chicago area. Rory got his tee times in Eastern time, but they're in the Central time zone, so he was late. So the PGA intern went and got him at the hotel, arranged for a police escort to get them to the golf course.
And that was her?
That was her.
Wow.
And
he repaid her with half of his stuff.
7 years later or whatever it's been, but yeah.
Great investment by her there.
Yes, that was, an internship that has certainly paid off in more ways than one. And I don't know why. I just would like to know. did he get a police escort from the police station back to? Because, and how'd he get back? I guess his lawyer was there, but, when you get arrested, you don't drive yourself to jail. So, I mean, his car is still at the golf course.
My guess is that Scotty's lawyer is in Dallas. And when he got the news, he said, I'll be there. And
even then, I mean, to get a private jet to wake up to that news, he gets a call at 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning. He's in Dallas. To get to a private airport, to get on a plane, to get to Kentucky, to get to the court. Can you do that in 2 hours? I mean, you gotta wake up.
It'd be tough.
You gotta wake up a pilot. You got all. I mean, it's just like, how is his lawyer already there unless his lawyer travels with him to majors?
Well, I mean, we don't know that his lawyer was actually there either. I mean, his lawyer could just be.
Well, no, I mean, the video was his lawyer's out in front of the police department.
Then I guess he travels with him.
Unless it's a different lawyer, somebody you just hired there.
I don't know. But he could travel with him.
But it's amazing how it doesn't affect his game.
If I were a millionaire thug, I'd want my lawyer to be with me at all times, in case I do some thug stuff.
Well, I mean, you got to worry about that all the time.
If I was the kind of guy who assaulted police officers,
yeah,
clearly got some anger issues.
Yeah, but apparently he was calm around the whole thing. And his mugshot, of all the mugshots, he's got to be proud of that one. Nothing embarrassing about that.
All these guys are like, when it's Tyreek Hill, it's like, oh, there's outrage. Here it's like, we gotta defend the poor millionaire golfer. Assaulted a police officer, a peace officer. He assaulted.
Which side are you on here? Are you on the
I'm
side
on
of the
side
cop
of the
here?
law,
or Scotty Scheffler? Because I could see both sides. I could see both sides.
There's good and bad people on both sides. No, I'm on the side of law and order, sir.
I'm on the side of the cops. Listen to the cops, but also, hey, cop, what are you doing? Have you ever seen it work out well when you jump onto a moving car?
In some movies, I've seen it. I think maybe also this cop was not the most experienced cop.
He's a detective.
What?
He's a detective.
I was
Who
thinking,
doesn't normally work traffic control.
Okay, I was thinking, man, this seems like a really BS shift.
Mm-hmm.
Like early morning in the rain.
Yeah, it's got to suck.
Like just directing traffic. Like it can't be.
No, that sucks.
High-ranking
but
dudes,
it's a detective. This isn't Paul Blart, like the security company they hired for traffic control, who's not even a real cop. I mean, that's it. And of course, it's Scotty Scheffler wearing the wrong color orange, and then you get your Aggie friends text and say Scotty with typical Longhorn behavior. See, there's that too.
Yeah, he did wear orange in his mugshot, though. Maybe that was his thing.
Yeah, but it's the wrong orange.
Orange is orange.
It's not. You got like Tennessee orange and then burnt orange.
Well, I mean, after a few more washes, it'll be burnt-ish. Like, don't worry.
He'll never see that jumpsuit again.
He should. I should go get him right after this round.
No, he's going to win the PGA. He's going to make a donation to the police fund, get the guy a new pair of pants, and this whole thing is going to go away.
Oh, it shouldn't be that easy. Shouldn't be that easy.
It wouldn't be that easy for you.
This is OJ all over. It's OJ all over.
No white Bronco anywhere in sight.
Nope, it was a white Cadillac, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think so. Same thing, though.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. I talked yesterday about how Denver looked like the most championship-like team, and then they go and score 70 and getting their ass kicked by Minnesota. What the hell happened to the Nuggets last night? We'll dive into that next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Plus, we will get you qualified to win those ACL Weekend 2 3-day wristbands. Got trivia coming up. Grab your phone lines now. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Monday on the Huddle, we find out if the cop beater won the PGA Championship. The NBA playoffs continue. Who's playing in the next round? We'll know by then. Lots of fights, too. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you on Monday. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Pack the dome this Sunday as Puro San Antonio football returns to the Alamo Dome. The playoff push is on for the San Antonio Brahmas as they return home Sunday against the Arlington Renegades. Fun for the entire family. Experience the excitement. Buy your tickets now at theufl.com. Come watch Coach Wade Phillips lead the Brahmas against the Arlington Renegades this Sunday afternoon at 3 in the Alamo Dome. Get your tickets now at theufl.com. That's theufl.com. Vamos Brahmas!
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Save big this Memorial Day at Lowe's. Right now, save on 1.5-gallon annual hanging baskets. Get 2 for just $16. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off. Select interior and exterior paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/29. Hanging baskets in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. While supplies last.
George gets justice. If you've been injured, get George, because George gets justice. With over 100 years of combined experience and a relentless dedication to your case, the attorneys at George Salinas Injury Lawyers will fight for what's right. If you've been injured and it's not your fault, get George and get the compensation you deserve. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com. George gets justice. Getgeorge.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive presents Flo and JB announcing a monster truck rally.
And here comes the Obliterator. Whoa! And he's up on 2 wheels. That can't be safe. Oh, I don't recommend flipping your car backwards. Did he even check his blind spot? And the car's on fire. I definitely don't recommend that. This is one of my recurring nightmares.
Progressive is all about keeping it safe, so bundle your home and auto for 24/7 protection. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Coverage not provided for monster trucks. Not available in all states.
Before you fire up that grill, make sure you get into Tri-County Meat Market. Hi, Jason Minix here. Tri-County Meat Market has everything you need. If you're thinking steaks, you want some chicken, some poppers, beef ribs, pork ribs, brisket, picanha, tri-tip. They've got it all at Tri-County Meat Market. Take advantage of their Pick 5 for $25. And Tri-County always offers a 10% discount for military and first responders. Tri-County Meat Market, 2 locations on Ralph Fair Road and on Heavener, or online at tricountymeat.com. If you want to get qualified for those 3-day ACL weekend 2 wristbands, jump on the phone lines now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Have 4 more qualifiers that we'll get today. And then around 6 o'clock, we're going to award of the 20 people in the bucket. Somebody's going to win those wristbands today. You got 4 opportunities to get yourself qualified. If you don't win them, you can always buy them, aclfest.com. So get on the phone lines now, 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776. Now, a couple of things, a little housekeeping. If you've already qualified, don't call in.
You can't double dip.
Yeah. If you were qualified on the morning huddle, or you won the morning huddles, you can't win these.
Okay.
We know that, right?
Yeah, you got a system back here.
And the other thing,
Maria won.
Because we really?
Yeah, a lady listener won.
You know, we got a lot of ladies that listen to this show.
Well, you have a lot more now that I'm here, Bubba.
They apparently don't watch on YouTube. On the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. You've got that great sexy voice, and then they see you and go,
maybe
right?
Not so much.
You know, it's kind of like me. When people meet me, I'm much taller on the radio.
Yeah. I noticed that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I must sound 6'3", 6'5", or something, and then
Ish.
they meet you and realize you're a tall 5'7".
Yeah.
Yeah, I so that's part of it. But also you have to be willing to give out your information. See, we had a guy that got qualified the other day, and he would not give James Pledger any information. So, like, if you're calling to get qualified, right?
When you say any information, like his name,
his full name, his phone number, and I don't know, an email address. You know, the ways you contact people to say, hey,
like
guess
if he
what?
were to win,
This is a $700 prize you won. And I don't know if this guy was running from the law, if he thought we were going to send black helicopters his way. And we don't sell your information. I can promise you that. We don't data collect and sell.
No, we give it away directly.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that. I just said we don't sell the information. So if you're not willing to give out your info,
that's weird, but okay.
It was. So I feel like we've got to clarify. And we always ask a ton of trivia questions. What the hell did you do to the screen there, Edwin?
You just made it big.
Yeah. All right. It was so perfect the way it was set up. Let's see. Hey, Frank, you're on the Blitz. What's going on, man?
Doing pretty good.
All right. You ready for it? It always sucks being the first guy because you have no idea what question I'm going to ask. Although yesterday, the first guy did get a question right.
Okay.
All right. You ready,
I believe
Frank?
in Frank.
I am ready.
All right. This one, actually, all of them today, I think, are pretty easy. According to a Sports Illustrated article, what did Wemby want to buy with this first NBA paycheck?
A house for his mom.
That would be a good guess, but not it. Hey, Zachary, you're on the Blitz. What's going on, man?
Hello.
All right. According to a Sports Illustrated article, what did Wemby want to buy with his first NBA paycheck?
Star Wars toy?
Say that again?
A Star Wars toy?
It needs to be a little bit more specific than that.
I don't know, a Darth Vader figure.
That would be incorrect. Hey, Timothy, you're on the Blitz. What did Wemby want to buy with his first NBA paycheck? Timothy?
Oh, I'm here.
Hey, Timothy.
Yeah.
Wemby, he did want to buy a Star Wars toy with his first paycheck, but it's a little bit more elaborate than that.
Well, what was the toy?
I believe it was a fucking.
No,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Tim. Yep.
Yeah.
This is on the radio, Tim.
Yeah, exactly. Pat McAfee can get away with that, but
For
we
whatever
can't.
reason, we can't.
We can't, not yet.
Yeah, he talks like Scotty Scheffler was talking to that cop.
Apparently. Jonathan, keep it clean, my friend. Tell me, what did Wemby want to buy with his first NBA paycheck?
Lego Millennium Falcon.
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
The Millennium Falcon, the Lego version. Jonathan, hang on the line. Edwin is going to get some information from you. Timothy, don't call back.
Legos are expensive.
$849.95 is what
crazy
it costs.
For Legos.
For Legos. Yeah, but I mean, this is like a Wemby-sized toy.
Yeah, but they're still Legos. Like, we know what Legos are.
Yes.
It's a little crazy.
See, now, and I appreciate, although I'm not a Star Wars geek like some, but he's got a hobby. That's what he wants to do. Spurs fan of me wants him nowhere near Legos. You ever step on one of those things?
Yeah.
He's got the most valuable feet in Bexar County. He can't step on a Lego.
That'd be bad.
That would be really bad. We'll get another qualifier coming up here about 3:30. I spent yesterday on the show talking a lot about how I don't trust a lot of the teams that are left in the playoffs, with the exception of Denver. Said the last 3 games, Denver's looked like a championship team. They didn't look like a championship team against the Lakers, lost the first 2 games against the T-Wolves, but those last 3 games, they had that championship team look. And then, of course, last night they go out and get blown out 115-70.
Okay. It was a coin flip. Could have gone either way. I think what you saw was 2 fundamental changes. And one was the return of Mike Conley, who, for whatever reason, just seems to give Jamal Murray fits.
Mm-hmm.
I say for whatever reason, he's a great defender. And Jamal Murray is not figuring him out. And the games when he was either getting hurt in the game or missed the game completely, Jamal Murray suddenly looked really good. So I think that helped. The other thing is you saw it last night was a whole lot of Karl Anthony Towns on Nikola Jokic.
Mhm.
And it's weird.
Not the defensive player of the year.
Not the defensive player of the year. And listen, there are guys who everybody, even the greatest defenders, struggled against X player.
Yeah.
Gobert is not great against a big who can space the floor the way Jokic does. And you saw Jokic just kind of eating him up from outside in those games. Karl Anthony Towns is faster than Jokic. He's certainly faster than Gobert. And he's able to get out and cover ground that Gobert couldn't. And he's giving Jokic fits. So now suddenly I don't know if the Timberwolves have figured it out, because after game 2, where they played the best game they could have played against Jokic while Gobert was having a baby.
Yeah.
You'd think like, oh, we've got something that's working here. We're going to stick with that. But then Gobert comes back. They're like, nope, back to Gobert on Jokic. He gets his head eaten 3 games in a row. And now it's like Karl Anthony Towns has a really good game on him. You like to think they learned a lesson, but I don't know for sure.
All right, we'll get back to basketball in a minute. Scotty Scheffler is at the podium talking to the media for the first time since his arrest this morning.
Thing today to like calm you down, just kind of reset before you went out?
Yeah, like I said, I was in shock, and so I was shaking, and it took me a little while, in the car on the way over here to kind of calm down. But my manager was in the car, and two gentlemen from the club were in the car with me, and yeah, we were able to talk, have a nice chat. They were, I'm not really going to get into the details of that either, but, yeah, I was able to have a nice chat there. I got here, gave my mom and dad a hug. My coach Randy was there, Blake was there. My whole team was there for me, in a moment where I really needed them, especially to, like I said, I was in such shock at what was happening that I think, I didn't stop shaking for a while, just because it was a chaotic situation. And, yeah, my team, I leaned on them pretty heavily this morning to kind of get me into the right frame of mind to where I could go out and play.
Right back here to Mike 14.
Scotty, with your ability to focus on the course, was it actually a relief that you had around to play?
I think for sure it was nice to be able to get inside the ropes and do what I love to do. I love competing out here on tour. I love playing in major championships. And, I've kept myself in the tournament now with a pretty chaotic day. And so I'm going to go from here and focus on getting some rest and recovery and getting ready for a grind the last 2 days. And we'll see how the leaderboard shakes out. But, yeah, hopefully I won't be too far back going into tomorrow.
Back to Marty at 2.
Imagine the last thing you thought you'd be doing this morning was sitting in the back of a cop car cuffed. Within the shock and the fear and the confusion of that moment, what do you recall were some of the things that were spinning and racing through your mind?
I was just really confused. I was doing my best to diffuse the situation, really. And yeah, I was just sitting there just trying to remain as calm as possible. Like I said, it was pretty chaotic with what had happened this morning. Once again, I can't imagine what the family's going through. But like I said, I was doing my best to diffuse whatever was going on. And so I was just sitting there in the back of the car, just listening to the police officer as, he's trying to figure out who I am, figure out my name. They were trying to find me in the system, but there was something wrong with going across state lines with the social security number and stuff like that. So it was all around. It was a very, very confusing and chaotic situation, but I did my best to just follow instructions and do as I was told as I was sitting there handcuffed.
Scotty Scheffler talking to the media after his round today about the incident this morning here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
No. When they got me out of the car, like I said, it was very chaotic. And, I said, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get to my tee time. And outside of that, things, escalated from there. I did, numerous apologies and whatever, but like I said, it was chaotic. It's dark, it's raining, there's a lot of stuff going on. They just had an accident. I didn't know what had happened at the time, other than there was an accident. I didn't know that it was fatal. And, yeah, like I said, my heart goes out to the family, but no, at no point did I try to name drop myself to diffuse the situation. I just tried to remain as calm as possible and, just follow instructions.
Over to Mike 9.
At what point did you feel as if you were definitely going to make your tee time, or there would be some kind of exception made?
I didn't really feel like I would make my tee time until one of the officers at the jail came by my holding cell and knocked on the window and said, "Let's go." And he said, "Get ready." And I motioned like this to start rolling out my mat. And so then I poked my head at the TV and I was like, "Oh, I might be able to get there. We'll see how bad, the traffic is getting in and out." But like I said, I'm just sitting there. I don't really know what's going on. I don't really know what was going on out here. I didn't know how long the delay was. I mean, at the time I couldn't even remember what my original tee time was. So I was just trying to do my best to stay calm. And when they took me out and we got in the car on the way here, figured it was ready to play. And my manager asked me if I wanted to, and I was like, of course. And then we just came here and got ready to go play.
Got time for one more. We'll go up to Mike 19.
Scotty, just on the detail, how long were you actually in the cell for? And in the context of everything else, where among the sort of best rounds of your career would be a 66 after getting arrested?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you how long I was in there. You don't have access to, I wasn't wearing a watch or didn't have access to my phone. So I couldn't tell you how long I was in there. But like I said, the officers at the jail were tremendous. I'm very grateful for, the people that serve, all of us across the nation. And as far as best rounds of my career, I would say it was pretty good. I definitely never imagined ever going to jail. And I definitely never imagined going to jail the morning before one of my tee times for sure. But yeah, like I said, I was grateful to be able to go out there and compete, and yeah, it was a nice round of golf. My heart goes out to the family. But outside of that, yeah, I'm glad to be out here competing, doing what I love.
Thanks for your time, Scotty.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Scotty Scheffler. And according to Edwin, we joined that right at the beginning, so we didn't miss anything. So the PGA reporters didn't kind of go through details unless it was like, hey, we're not going to go through what led to the arrest because they didn't get there. Although while ESPN was all over it this morning, I saw a report today that the Golf Channel never addressed this morning that Scotty Scheffler had been arrested. They completely, apparently, I wasn't watching the Golf Channel, but apparently they just stuck to golf and not the biggest story surrounding the golf tournament.
Oh, you don't think they wanted to shine a spotlight on the fact that they had a thug as the face of the tournament?
It's exactly what it is. The
I love
criminal.
how he said, all I'd try to do was comply with the officer. Oh, sure.
Well,
sure, Bubba.
I never name dropped.
Yeah, never named. The biggest
Here's my credential.
Here's the biggest take. Scotty Scheffler, they said, and he rolled. I don't even have a mat here to roll up. I'm asking for a mat. Give me a mat.
I tell you what, at some point this weekend, go find yourself arrested, and I'm sure you'll get a mat that you could roll up.
With me? That I could use it on the floor in my office?
Well, I don't know. Does the Bear County...
I've never been arrested in Bear County.
Jail offer logoed mats that you keep as a
souvenir?
Yeah, it's like, hey, thanks for staying. I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, that'd be nice, though. I'd like to have a mat so I don't have to sleep on the hard floor in my office.
Again, the Eisenhower Road Flea Market, man. You know, you could.
You guys have any prison mats?
I mean, you could. I mean,
they might.
You wanted a yoga mat.
That'd work.
And the Lord knows you're not doing yoga.
A little thin. I've done yoga before.
Have you really?
Yeah. Well, why are you making that face?
You don't look like a yoga type.
When I was fighting, we had a yogi.
A yogi
at a gym studio right next to our gym, and she offered us some classes to help with balance and agility and things like that.
All right, I'll give you that. I forgot that you fought.
I'm not good at it. It's embarrassing, quite frankly.
But
But
I would say if you were doing yoga, I would try to figure out what was her name that got you into going to those classes. Either she was in the class or you were dating and she made you go to the class.
No, not at
that
all.
would be the time that
Nope.
most guys would do yoga. Scheffler goes 5 under today. He's at 9 under for the tournament, tied for third.
that's what the PGA wants you to talk about,
Yes.
not his thuggery.
Well, look, every nice round of golf that he had, and my heart goes out to the family. I mean, like the PR talking points, he was getting them in over and over and over again.
I didn't hear him mention the cop who's dealing with, maybe unfixable injuries.
Well, no, his pants are unfixable.
But his hand,
he scraped his hand. He's got a little rope.
Are we
burn.
sure it can be fixed?
I would imagine
It hurts.
I would imagine
Pain and suffering.
I'm sure that cop is going to be well taken care of.
As he should be. He should get the caddy's cut, is what he should get.
Well,
Whatever the caddy's going to make, so should that cop.
Are you kidding?
Nope. He tried to kill that guy, I think.
He didn't try to kill that guy.
He was like,
Stop,
he tried
AJ.
to drag him behind his car.
No, he just carried him 20 yards.
20 yards is a long way.
I mean, it is. It is.
Here's what I would do.
The cop jumped on the car.
Here's what I would do. I would put a golf ball on the green 20 yards away from the hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell Scotty Scheffler, if you make this putt, you don't have to, an apology to the cop, you're getting off with a slap on the wrist. You miss the putt, you got to pay him $1 million because you're going to realize 20 yards is a long freaking way. And if it wasn't long, you'd make the putt.
I would say that if I'm Scotty Scheffler, I sign a glove that he could put over the bad hand. And if that guy chooses to sell said glove on eBay, he'll be fine. I imagine
I'd want the pin worn jumpsuit. Like that's what I'd want. Like give me something I can really sell at an auction.
What I'm curious of, and I'd love to hear from some cops that are willing to call in and go. I know military types, ball busters. Are the other cops in the department, this Detective Gillis guy, are they busting his balls for this incident and arresting Scotty Scheffler the day of a tournament?
I think he's a hero.
All cops are heroes. AJ Hoffman in for Joe Reinagel on this Friday. I'm Jason Minix. More coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. When you need an electrician, you know Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. And whatever your project is, they have the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. So it costs you absolutely nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. So call Hill Electric, 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
Taking you home with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com.
Pork rinds pack a protein punch and are the boldest low-carb snacks out there. Skip the chip and try Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds for that ultimate crunch. And with flavors that will have you craving for more, the time to stock up on Southern Recipe at H-E-B is now. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing, help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
For the last 4 decades, San Antonio sports has dared this community to dream big through the transformational power of sport. For 40 years, we've inspired youth to get in the game, motivated San Antonians to live healthy, been a force behind places to play, and hosted events that impact. As we celebrate 40 years of dreaming big, we invite you to dream big along with us. To support our mission, donate today at sanantoniosports.org.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries. We will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit joegomezlaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
The New York Knicks will try to close out their series with the Pacers tonight in Game 6. That game starts at 7:30 over on San Antonio's ESPN 1250. Minnesota avoided elimination last night. They destroyed Denver 115-70. Game 7 is Sunday in Denver. The Missions continue their series tonight at the Wolf with Corpus Christi. First pitch at 7:05.
Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1. It's not Wednesday, sir. It's Friday.
I was just trying to. Hump day.
That's bad.
What?
Hump day.
Yeah.
That's Reinagel.
Hump day.
You gotta.
Hump day.
It's Friday.
Friday.
There you go.
Friday.
AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle in for Joe Reinagel.
Hump day.
Friday.
It's not bad. You should do that in the mornings.
Yeah, that's a good bit.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think, Edwin?
It could use some work.
Okay, all right. Well, how about you collaborate with me? Being, you work on the show and all. It'd be nice to have that creative input in the morning.
I was here the last couple days.
Okay, that was nice.
Can we hear a good Friday from you, Edwin?
He shows up someday.
I'm not good enough to do it.
What do you mean? You can't say Friday?
Just say Friday.
Friday?
Yeah, you're right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, not really.
All right.
Edwin in for pledge. See, AJ's got
left
his
alone
deal.
today.
Huh?
You got left alone today.
You have no idea.
Man, they really screwed you.
Well, I thought this was your deal. Like, if I'm going to do Friday, I need my producer.
No, honestly, I thought that, and we'll pull back the curtain a little. When they asked me to do this show, they thought that we were going to be out at an event.
Yeah.
And they didn't be out at an event by yourself. So they said, okay, they presumably had paid for a 2-man show to be out there.
Yep.
So I was going to be out there with you. Well, then it turns out the event
is in June.
Yeah.
It got on the calendar wrong, apparently.
So I just thought maybe they were going to say, yeah, don't worry about it, AJ. Go home. Enjoy your weekend.
No.
You've done a lot this week. And then Dax texted, well, would you still mind doing the show with Minix? And I said, yeah, I don't want to. He planned on me being there for the show. I didn't want to screw you over and have you in here by yourself.
Yeah.
So here I am.
You could have taken the day.
I know.
They didn't ask me.
Well,
it goes that way.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
You got a nap. You're the new guy.
Yeah.
And then pledge is out, so we've got to go till 6:30.
They give producers get vacation around here, or
not normally.
Good Lord,
not normally.
Must
Edwin,
be
don't
nice.
get any ideas, man. You can't take days
He
off.
takes them off in the middle of the week.
That's because I'm working more on the weekends.
I don't want to hear about your weekend. What you do on the weekends is your business.
Yeah,
right?
and you're working at another station. It's like a different job.
I did stuff on the weekend too. Guess what? I still came into work.
That's it.
That's just the way it goes, man.
12-hour weekends.
12 hours on a weekend. That's 6 hours on a Saturday
you know
and
how
on
many
a
beers
Sunday.
I drank this weekend? And then I still had to come to work this week.
And you drink some motor oil kind of stuff.
Sometimes.
You pulled out some beer the other day and started pouring that, and I thought literally that was motor oil.
And then you said you can't handle it.
I can't drink that.
You're not built for that.
Although I am curious though, what that would be like using it while barbecuing. Like marinate some chicken in that beer for a couple of hours.
Not a bad idea.
That would be because that beer wasn't drinkable. But I do think that beer would be good if you were using it with like some wings, or like, I know I'm going to do a beer can chicken tomorrow. It wouldn't be good for that. But if I were, going to marinate that chicken and just, you know, like a spatchcock chicken or something like that, the flavor of that beer, which wasn't beerish at all. The
good thing about that beer is, and you say it's not drinkable, like, you drink one can of that, and it's like drinking 5 Miller Lights or whatever. You know,
I could see that,
and it's like takes up less room in your body. It's like,
I mean, even just when you were pouring it, it was like clump, clump, clump. I was like, what the hell is that?
Their branding isn't less filling.
No,
it's
no.
like it's more filling.
I don't want a fork and knife to drink a beer.
I do. Give me that.
I
baby.
know you do.
Give me that.
I can't. You couldn't even inject that through a vein. It wouldn't. It would not work.
No.
That was some.
To water it down and put it in like an IV bag, slow drip.
You couldn't do that. you couldn't do that. I mean, I've seen dark beers before, and I've had dark beers before that you could actually drink. This one wasn't in that category. I mean, it was thick like syrup.
I've shotgunned a beer like that before.
You've shotgunned a beer like that?
Yeah.
How many weeks did it take you?
No, it's so much faster than shotgunning a beer that's got heavy carbonation, because that's what slows you down when you're trying to chug something, is the carbonation.
Yeah.
That goes down quick and smooth, baby.
No, there was nothing quick or smooth about that beer.
Very smooth, almost velvet smooth.
I would not say that either.
Okay.
I mean, look, and again,
it's an acquired taste.
Very much so. And I know people that love beer like that. I don't get it. I mean, when that beer made a Guinness look skinny.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like I said, I was like, what is that? You started pouring it out. I thought the beer went bad.
No.
I did wait to see if you drank out of that first to make sure we weren't getting punked.
It's a good beer, man. I liked it.
Let's do the headline blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
Edwin, you could have changed up the audio, the production, and so it's not Joe and Jason. I'm not Joe.
Well, I mean, you're filling in for Joe, and he's not going to do the extra work.
He could have.
He barely does the work he's supposed to do.
But you know what? You worked a lot this weekend.
Yeah, or he will work a lot this weekend.
I mean, you had all weekend. You could have done that.
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah, we're not changing things up for one day. I mean, it just doesn't work that way. I did hear this morning on the morning huddle, you and Rob Thompson talking about Caitlin Clark and her incredible debut.
What a loser.
In the WNBA. And
I'm making money hand over fist betting against Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
I've bet twice now on the opponent. I've bet on them not to cover the spread, and I've bet on her under point total. I'm 4-0.
I made money on her last night on my Underdog fantasy only because Underdog had a special at 0.5 for game 2. And I took
she would
it.
go over?
Yeah.
You didn't know it'd be a sweat, did you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I got home and I'm like, wait, she hasn't scored yet?
Because think about it. If they would have said her total is 9.5, everybody's playing that over anyway.
Yeah, they're going higher.
And everybody would have lost.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're 0-2.
They suck.
Well, and I kind of look at her like Wemby. She went to a bad team, and she hasn't made the bad team better yet. Although she hasn't been good.
No.
Where Wemby, although early on, Wemby trying to find his way, had some games that were really good and some games where you went, yikes, there's, a learning curve.
I think the biggest difference, though, is it's pretty obvious, and I haven't watched a whole game. I've seen snippets, but I've seen her get like kind of physically pushed around. Like, I think there's something like the physicality and the speed of the game right now is a little more than she's used to. And we saw that I've watched one lady basketball game in the last year, and it was the championship game against South Carolina. And I said, there was no other girl on Iowa's team that would even get a scholarship offer from South Carolina. Like, it's her and a bunch of like short white farm girls that had no business being on the floor with those South Carolina chicks. But even in the second half of that game, because she chucked up a bunch of threes early, and it was like, oh man. And I was worried because I was going to lose money. But then as the game went on and she started getting pushed around a little bit, she just didn't have it. And everybody in the WNBA is like those South Carolina girls.
Well, and you look at it, the TV ratings, although as great as the ratings were for her WNBA debut, not even close to what the NCAA championship game ratings were, which I find interesting. Although Indiana has so many nationally televised games because of Caitlin Clark. And today the WNBA said, you know what? The one game that we didn't have was against Chicago with Angel Reese. So now that game has been flexed and will be on ESPN on June 1st. So, while she hasn't proven to be a star yet at the WNBA, she's still a TV draw, and they're getting more Indiana games on.
I asked Rob this. I'll ask you the same thing. How long before this team loses enough games that it starts to hurt her brand? Like if they start out 0-8, are little girls still saying, I want a Fever jersey? I don't think so. I think then it's like they suck.
I think her star power, kind of like Wemby's, you ignore the wins and losses because they were such a bad team last year. And I don't know enough about the WNBA teams, except for what I've read since she started. The WNBA did not do any scheduling favors for Indiana by putting her against some of the best defensive teams early. Like their projections, they could be 0-8 because of the schedule that they're playing. They're just, Indiana had the number one pick for a reason, and they're playing a lot of really good teams from a year ago that have gotten better.
If they're 0-8 and they keep losing by 20, 30 points, I'm going to be rich, Jason.
Well,
it's the best thing that's ever happened. It's free money out there.
You could afford to buy a mat for your office.
There's gold in them hills. Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll be down at the flea market.
Yeah.
I'm getting the best couch you got is what I'm going to say. Give me your best one. Here's $40.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that.
Now, would that be for the office or when you move into your apartment and have to go buy furniture?
I can get 2 couches if she keeps losing by 30.
There you go. There you go. Because you get your apartment here pretty soon, right?
Monday.
So then
I won't have anything to put in it yet because I'm not this weekend, but next weekend I'm flying to Vegas and driving a U-Haul back with stuff to live with. So and my sons who are going to move it upstairs because I've got a 3rd floor apartment. So I'm bringing the beef to help me move it.
What weekend?
Memorial Day weekend.
I'm busy.
No, I wasn't going to ask you anyway. My kids are bigger and stronger than you.
Yeah, they are. They are. Enlist Rob Thompson's kids. They like to move stuff. Yeah. Jack and Clay, they're good at moving things.
My kids would be like, "This dude's slowing us down, Dad."
Yeah, dude, I'm not moving.
Yeah, you're not built for moving.
No. Jimbo Fisher, remember him?
I do.
He's still making a lot of money to not coach at Texas A&M.
Good for him.
But he was quiet for a while.
I'm sure he's using this free time to put together a really creative offense for the next job. Or is he still going to say like, we're running the wing tee?
He's got $75 million not to coach, and he's been fairly quiet.
It's a good investment for A&M.
He's been fairly quiet, although I heard him on with EJ Manuel and Jacob Hester on their Sirius XM show, and he was talking about something that you've heard Jeff Traylor at UTSA complain, if that's the right word, about a lot with all the big programs coming to a program like UTSA and taking away the players that they've developed. Jimbo is saying, that's just not fair, and it's going to ruin college football.
Here's what's happened. All your mid-majors and a lot of your even not mid-majors and some of these other, and I'm going to say ACC, Big 12, old Pac-12, some of those leagues, they're becoming glorified junior colleges. And some of those teams used to battle for playoffs and have great teams because, all right, they took that 3-star guy or that 4-star guy you missed, and they developed him into a heck of a player, and he became a great player at their school. How about Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech? Would he have ever stayed at Texas Tech? Somebody would have came and got him. You know what I'm saying? And what's happening, and then your halves are out there saying, okay, I need a corner, I need a tackle, and I need a running back. They have one, and they're going to these 4-year schools and just selecting, and those guys are really becoming glorified junior colleges, and it's a shame. And I mean great college football programs that have won big in the past and had tremendously great players, but that is what's changed. And I think if we don't even it out, I don't know what the answer is, but we got to cut to some parity somehow.
Well, and that's part of the problem. How do you even it out at this point? How do you fix the problem. Ever since the portal and NIL became a thing, we've had coaches talk about needing some sort of legit rules that apply to all conferences. And and every states have different laws. Every conference has different rules. Sarkis said on this show when it first started, he was the first one that I heard use the term guardrails. We need guardrails. And yet a couple years later, it's still the wild, wild west. And you get guys like Jeff Traylor, trying to protect his players. And, like a Zachary Franklin, who ended up at Ole Miss, or Trey Moore this year. Trey Moore wasn't highly recruited out of high school at Smithson Valley. He's turned into one of the best players in the country. And this year he's on the 40 acres up in Austin.
It works both ways, though. And really, these schools like UTSA that are in the middle are in kind of a sweet spot because they can up recruit and down recruit. So if I'm UTSA, you're going to lose some guys to the big schools now.
Sure.
That's just the way it's going to be. And I know people don't like it, but I talked about this in college basketball a lot. If you're a mid-level program, you take the best guys from the low-level programs that the big schools are weary on taking because they've done it at a very low level. But you say, hey, we'll take you up here. You can jump up a level. And those guys are thinking the same thing that the good guys at their school jumping up to Texas are thinking. More exposure, better opportunities. Great. But you can also go and look at Texas or Texas A&M or Houston, whoever, and say, oh, hey, I see that you were a 4-star and you're doing a lot of sitting.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play football again? We got a spot for you here, buddy. So now you can get, the portal can work for everybody except the guys at the bottom.
Sure.
The guys at the bottom, you've been at the bottom forever. You're going to stay at the bottom. Good luck. What these guys don't like is that you kind of have to keep recruiting
daily. You recruit your guys daily.
And you think, okay, I got this guy to sign a letter of intent. He's my guy now. He's on my team for the next 4 years. Doesn't work that way anymore. You got to keep him happy. And I know that kind of sucks, but that's what every coach in the country has to do now. Your job just got harder. Luckily, like you said, Jimbo Fisher's making a lot of money to sit around. These guys get paid a lot to coach. That's the job now. But working the portal is literally part of the job. There's a guy who was the head coach for Wyoming basketball, Jeff Linder, who now is going to be an assistant at Texas Tech. The reason he is not a head coach anymore at Wyoming is he didn't understand how to play the portal. All his best guys kept transferring, and he was getting nothing back. And he was like, I don't know how to do this. So he would rather go be an assistant somewhere and not have to manage that than be a head coach. The job is just different now.
Well, and all these coaches, and what I worry about with these coaches, some that I have talked to, there's no dead period anymore.
No.
And the burnout factor is going to come a lot faster. Head coaches, sure, they make a lot of money, but those assistants at places like UTSA don't.
Yeah.
How long do they stay in the business? And again, getting a player in, how long do you keep them? The commitment with the NIL and everything else. And I don't know what all these smart people that have been in rooms trying to figure this out. There's not a system that's going to make everybody happy.
No, but just like you said, how long are you going to keep these guys around? Let's say you've got a linebackers coach who is a recruiter. His goal is to become a DC. And to be a DC, he's going to have to recruit some of these, some really good players. And he's going to have to work his ass off to keep them. And yeah, it might be a 12-month-a-year job, and there might be burnout. But if you want to get that DC job that might eventually lead to that head coaching job, that's the gig. So here's your choices. You can either keep doing that and hope that at the end of the rainbow, there's a job for you where you'll make some big time money and it's worth it. If not, go work at a gas station, whatever you want to do. It's not much different than radio. The truth is, in sports radio, there's people who make really good money, and then there's people who make almost no money. And if you want to be one of the guys who's eventually going to make really good money, you got to go through some time where you basically make no money. Guys who
there's a lot of careers that are that way.
Yeah. When you start in a business, sometimes it sucks.
Yeah.
But if you put in the work and you grind, which is what they're asking these coaches to do essentially. And I know that, is there a burnout factor? Yeah, there's a burnout factor making $25K doing a year of radio. Like you could get real tired of that real fast. But like if you see that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, it pushes you to work for it. I get why guys like Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher aren't interested in doing it. They have bank accounts. They don't need to deal with it.
Yeah, at this age, and Nick Saban, call it hypocrite or just, not a fan of the portal, but draft night, that kid from the small school that got drafted in the first round, what'd he say? Yeah, but we could never get him in the portal. He never got in the portal. We wanted him. So, you bitch about it, but you've got to play the game. That's what it is. And, Jeff Traylor at UTSA, I'm sure he would have loved to keep Trey Moore here. I'm sure he would have loved to keep Zachary Franklin here. But at the same time, that's the game now. And, you see guys that are coming in too. So, I mean, yeah, it does go both ways because that's the game the way it is today. You either adapt or you're going to be out.
And Quinyon Mitchell's the guy you're talking about, I think, who played in the MAC. And, yeah, it takes probably a special kind of kid to say, okay, I'm going to stay at Toledo when I know I could go to Alabama. But if you've got a guy that's that good and like if I'm Quinyon Mitchell, why am I going to go somewhere else? I'm a first-round draft pick out of Toledo.
Well,
I don't need Nick Saban.
Well, except for the money is probably better at Alabama than Toledo. I don't know that, but culture.
But if
might
I know if I know I'm going to be a first-round pick, I'm not worried about what Alabama's going to give me for a year. Like
and that's in the culture. I think matters, and that's one of the things that Jeff Traylor sells is the culture that they have over there, and the players want to be there. But if
you have to recruit different kind of kids,
sometimes the money is hard to turn down.
Yeah.
Although sometimes the money could be a problem. Last night on Netflix, the basketball was so bad. I started watching. Netflix has the Broke 30 for 30 from years ago. Man, that's an interesting watch if it's been a while since you've seen it.
But also start building up your NIL fund. That's also part of coaching now. It's basically out there. You're recruiting players. You're recruiting donors. You need all of them to make it work. And is UTSA going to ever compete with Texas and Texas A&M? No,
not in our lifetime.
Not in any lifetime. Like unless like there's explosions in Austin and College Station that level the universities. But my guess is the NIL fund could quickly rebuild the schools and make even bigger and better stadiums and facilities. So you can't compete with them. The key is compete with the guys that are on your level, and be better at holding on to those players than they are. And again, like I said, do what you can to take down transfers and get up transfers because your best guys, you just need to know they're probably going to go. That's just part that. And when you sign up to be a coach at a place like UTSA, you kind of have to understand that because that's the business now. And it's not fun. And you could say it's not fair. You know who thinks it's fair? Sark.
Yep.
He's got no problems with it. I mean, and he's losing some guys, but if someone came and said, Arch, and I don't know if Arch would even leave if they offered him $10 million, but if they said, who insert player, you can get this money, he might go, but you're going to get more than you lose. And that's all that really matters. Just make sure that whatever the playing field is, make sure you're winning the transfer portal. If you're going to lose some, make sure you're getting some in too, and then try and build those guys up. And you might build them up so big that you lose them the next year.
Yep. But
that's the game now. You can't just sit on your hands and go, this isn't fair. That's never going to win. That's never going to win. If your whole thing is complain about how unfair it is, I can see where that ends.
It's the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle in for Joe Reinagle. More coming up on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star.
94.1 FM.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Nigel, what are you doing with all this stuff in the break room? It looks like a farmer's market here.
I'm changing my eating habits, embracing good quality nutrition with fresh produce.
Folks, maintaining a healthy AC system is just like maintaining a healthy diet. Let's make sure your system is clean and efficient. Nigel, that's a pretty impressive healthy salad you've assembled.
Thanks, Joel. Now step back. The grease is hot.
Grease?
Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heat, and AC. 210-651-5899. License number TACLA 88589E M16004.
The wait is finally over. Childish Gambino, the New World Tour, with special guest Willow. September 10th, Moody Center. Childish Gambino. Tickets on sale now at thenewworldtour.com. A night unlike any other. Childish Gambino, live.
This is Jim Rome, and you are listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. AJ Hoffman in for Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. It's going to be a great weekend to grill. I know for a lot of you, it's Traeger Day tomorrow, so a lot of people putting stuff up trying to win like a new Traeger and stuff like that. I saw a guy tweet me earlier. He had some steaks and some chicken on his Weber kettle. Tweeted them to me. You want to upload those photos to sasportstar.com if you're doing grilling this weekend. Do it to the Grilling with the Blitz page for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. It's always a great prize.
I think it is a good prize. I had some of that jalapeno sausage from there.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Slap your mama good.
So, last hour, we were starting to get into what happened to the Nuggets last night, and then
got interrupted by a thug.
Yeah, the Scotty press conference. We carried that for you live if you missed it. He basically answered every question with thoughts out to the family. Had a hell of a round after the morning in jail.
He did a lot of lifting there.
He
got
did.
stronger. I noticed he was longer off the tee because strong.
You think that's what it was?
Push-ups,
I mean,
body weight exercises.
2 hours in jail.
Body weight exercises. That's what did it.
Well, I mean, you wonder if an athlete can go spend the morning in jail and go perform like that. Should more athletes get arrested on game day?
I'd consider it. I think that you should probably start considering it.
I mean, it's, although mugshot wise, most athletes are not sober.
Yeah, Tiger's looked way different than Scotty's for some reason.
And John Daly's.
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler, at least he didn't smile. But that's a good looking mugshot. Like if you're ever going to get a mugshot, you want the Scotty Scheffler one because you know it's going to be out there forever.
Yeah, but his arrest photo, like where he's wearing the high socks with shorts, that's not a photo. That's not a look you want out there. But yeah, that Tiger Woods arrest, that he doesn't look as put together as Scotty did in his.
No, but he didn't get out in 2 hours either. Maybe there's something to do with that.
Wonder what that could be.
Oh, here we go.
Sounds about white to me.
Got to get that guy out of there. Back to the country club.
Yeah. You guys realize you arrested a white golfer this morning, right?
We can't have that.
That officer's been dismissed from the force, Mr. Scheffler.
What happened to the Nuggets last night? Would you describe that as a good loss?
No, not Jokic thought it was a good loss. I
literally said it was a good loss.
I think we shouldn't. I think we need to sink in. Like, it's a great loss.
What?
They beat us. They destroy us, and we should learn it. And you need to give them respect. They came out and actually we had them like 9-2 score.
We had them.
Yeah, we had them.
Didn't look good for them in that period, But
great
since
loss.
then it was a one team show, so I'm gonna take this as a great loss.
Is that what you want out of your? Is that what you want him saying? I don't know what I want him saying that. I know, like Jokic, you can't always tell if he's joking or not. But I don't think it's a great loss. I don't think it's even a. If anything, after game 5. As someone who thought the Timberwolves were going to win this series, I was like, no, I was wrong. I was early to the party on the Timberwolves. They're just not ready. But if you had said Denver wins that game by 3 points or Minnesota wins that game by 3 points, I'd say, okay, they're still going to lose in Denver. You beat somebody by 45 points. There's a level of confidence that you get that they're taking with them into that game 7 that we beat these guys by 45. We can beat them. We beat them on their home floor twice.
Yep.
And we just beat them. They were up 50 in that game.
The worst playoff loss ever for Denver. And if you're Joker, and I'm just trying to interpret what the hell the guy was saying. Great loss because if you lose that game on a buzzer beater, you feel bad. Like it wasn't 1 or 2 plays that were the difference. You're a better basketball team than what you had out there. And, at what point did you say there's no hope here? Let's save our energy for game 7. And who cares what the final score is? I would much rather get blown out in a game than get my heart broke at the end going into the next one. They had house money and they played like they had house money.
That's one way to look at it.
Is that the way Joker is looking at it?
It's hard for me to think that way when the house money makes you even. If you're up 3-0 and you let them get one, it's a little different than knowing if we lose this game, there's a loser goes home match that's going to be played, and that could be us. That could be the end of our season. So I don't know that teams who are up 3-2 can ever look at it as we decided to punt on this one.
Yeah, you got 2 games to get one. They weren't competitive, and at some point, like
they weren't competitive from the start. That helps.
Yeah, and so they're a better basketball team than that. And so part of me is like, all right, great loss. Is that what you're saying? But then you say, all right, well, I think we have a good chance at winning game 7. This doesn't sound overly confident.
I mean, it can go one way or another,
Oh.
I think that's why this series is interesting, because everything can win and lose, and it depends how the game's going to open up. When you think about it, basically the only kind of interesting game was game 1. When we lost, when it was kind of close. Game 2, they blow us out. The game 4, we blow them out. Game 5, so basically, hopefully and we're gonna blow them up in Saturday, Sunday. So it's gonna be interesting, I think.
Yeah, sure. All right, but you don't sound overly confident. I love a game 7. It doesn't matter. Give me a sport. Give me a game 7. I'm there. This series reminds me of the 05 finals between Detroit and San Antonio that went 7 with a lot of blowouts in there. Depending on the game, you felt like I don't know if you ever felt like anybody really had the upper hand. And in this series, I'll decide Sunday where my money's going, because right now I don't know.
I don't know either, and that's why I won't. It's the most interested I'm going to be in an NBA game that I didn't have money on in a long time, because I don't feel confident in either team right now. But I love that. If you could have said which series do you want to go 7 games, this is the one I would have picked. This is the one that I think is worth seeing 7 times. I'm not real. If Knicks Pacers go 7. I don't know that I'm making like appointment watching over the weekend. Like, I've got to see this game 7. Nuggets, Timberwolves, I've got to see it. I got to see game 7.
See, I disagree with that from the sense of game 7 at the Garden. That would be phenomenal. Should be phenomenal. We'll talk about it coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Plus, we're going to get another person qualified for the 3-day wristbands to ACL Music Festival. We've got trivia questions coming up. Grab a phone line now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Monday on the Huddle, we find out if the Cop Beater won the PGA Championship. The NBA playoffs continue. Who's playing in the next round? We'll know by then. Lots of fights, too. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you on Monday. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1. San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, if you haven't been out to the Golf Club of Texas lately, you have not been out to the Golf Club of Texas. It's not a private club, but it certainly has that country club feel. Open to the public 7 days a week, Golf Club of Texas offers some of the best course conditions in town with the friendliest staff. But it's not just golf. How about the Tin Cup? It is a family-friendly restaurant. In fact, the best sit-down restaurant in that part of San Antonio, and it will not break the bank to take the family out to eat. And there's all kinds of special events at the Golf Club of Texas as well. In fact, Friday, Crossfire will be at the Golf Club of Texas. They have something the third Friday of every month. This Friday night, Crossfire will play at the Golf Club of Texas. The Golf Club of Texas, right there at Briggs Ranch Road off Highway 90 for dinner at the Tin Cup. Around with your buddies, your next tournament, go check them out. Best rates always online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, the friendliest golf course in Texas.
Okay, we've got an hour to clean both cars. Grab the buckets.
Cool.
I picked up some 303. Their aerospace protectant is awesome. So we're going to try some of their other stuff. Grab me that bottle of wash.
Whoa, that smells amazing.
Yeah, that citrus is nice. Okay, now hand me the hose.
Hey!
I don't see a bucket yet.
303 Car Care, driven by quality. Available at most auto retailers and Amazon.
Save big this Memorial Day at Lowe's. Right now, save on 1.5-gallon annual hanging baskets. Get 2 for just $16. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off. Select interior and exterior paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/29. Hanging baskets in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. While supplies last.
Working from home, you realize you don't have enough outlets or USB ports. Hill Electric can fix that for you. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. From adding an outlet, fixing that fuse that always blows, or that flickering light, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price, and there is never a service charge and always free estimates. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or go to hill-electric.com.
This summer, click into cordless power with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Tackle more than half an acre of grass with the convenience and gas-like power of the Ryobi 40-volt battery-powered mower. And keep your flower beds fresh with the 40-volt cordless string trimmer. Then clear debris with the 40-volt jet fan leaf blower. Click into Memorial Day savings happening now at your cordless power source, the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
What seems to be the problem?
Doctor, thank God. My husband found out Cricket Wireless has 5G plans for $15 a month, and his jaw just dropped.
Did he hear about Cricket's blazing fast 5G?
Yep.
What about their reliable nationwide coverage?
Yes, that too.
I see. Unfortunately, there's no cure. But you will have really fast 5G.
Get jaw-droppingly fast 5G for $15 a month. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. Video may be limited to SD. Fees may apply. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. See store for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
This is Jim Rome. Join me weekdays at noon, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. AJ Hoffman in for Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Glad to have you along. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. And if you're there watching, hit that thumbs up button. You listen in the morning, listen in the afternoon, watch whenever. Appreciate you doing that.
And tell your friends.
And tell your friends.
And tell them to tell a friend if they like it.
All of that. All of that good stuff. All right, we got to get more people qualified.
Line them up, baby.
Line them up. Have you struggled trying to come up with good questions every?
Yeah. So the first day I was doing what you're doing and having doing the trivia on air, but like I asked a question and out of like the first 5 people got it wrong. So I was like, you know what? This is terrible. Let's just do this off the air. And that's what I did for the rest of the week, and it worked out fine.
Yeah, I like hearing from people. I like hearing
too.
Sometimes we just
when it's like
we'll let Evan get the answer.
That's not great radio. So
I just want people to know how smart our listeners are.
Yeah.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Hey, Sean, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
What's going on?
All right, you ready for trivia?
I was trying to be 2 or 3 so I could Google it, but let's do it.
Be fast on the fingers.
You should know this one. Who was on the cover of EA Sports College Football 25, the new college game that's coming out?
Oh, it's 3 of them. It's going to be.
How about you get 2 out of 3, you win?
No, you got to get 3 out of 3.
Really?
I'm a hard teacher.
Oh man.
Man, you are hard because I got 2 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go Travis Hunter. Then I'm going UT quarterback.
Well, there's 2 of them over there that could be it. Which one?
He said yours.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Well, it's yours. It should be the other one, but I'll take yours.
That's next year.
And the third one, I'm going to go ahead and throw the towel in. I know it's a running back. I'm not sure who it is, to be honest.
All right. I just want you to know I would have given it to you, but Minix is a stickler. So sorry, man.
You certainly helped Raul out. Raul, you already got 2 of the 3. Who's on the cover of the EA Sports College Football 25 game that comes out in a couple months?
Donovan Edwards, Quinn Ewers, and Travis Hunter.
There you go.
Bingo, bango,
There you
bongo.
go.
Boy. Woohoo is right.
You are qualified now for the 3-day ACL Music Festival Weekend 2 wristbands that we're going to give away at 6 o'clock today. 2 more people will get qualified at 4:30.
I got to start setting up my prize wheel.
And at 5:30. Absolutely. That's your responsibility.
I can do that. I just need a list of names. That's all I need.
If you don't win the tickets, you can always buy them aclfest.com.
I like to remind people that they didn't win. So I say, if you were a loser, you can get them at aclfest.com.
There's that way too.
Yeah.
There's that way too. 4:30 there'll be another one coming up. So before the break, talking about Knicks Pacers, and I get a feeling that tonight's Knicks Pacers game is going to be a little bit more like last night's.
Might not be
Minnesota
that
game.
big of a
Well,
blowout.
no, I'm not calling 50 points. But I just wonder if New York is going to be like Denver, a chance to close it out. And closeout games are tough. You know, they just are. Every sport, hockey, maybe the toughest sport to close somebody out. The Dallas Stars learned that the other night. Indiana's at home. Unless Jalen Brunson scores 50 tonight, I think the Pacers win the game. And quite frankly, even if Brunson does score 50 tonight, I think the Pacers win the game.
I think the Knicks already had the game that they took off, and I think they made a big mistake in that game because when they were up 2-0, they had a chance to let Brunson sit. And that was the first game that Anunoby missed, and they had Brunson out there for some reason. You knew he was banged up. And you knew he's been carrying just a massive weight. Why not just punt that game when you're up 2-0? I for the life of me, I'll never understand why they didn't do that. But I think now, if you start to chill out, or you say, "Oh, we're going to give them this one and we'll get it in Game 7," again, you're in a winner-take-all situation, and the Knicks have a history of. There's a reason why there's like a famous picture of Reggie Miller holding his hands around his throat, because the Knicks have choked away things before against these Pacers. It wouldn't shock me.
Well, and that's, like, I don't trust Boston, but Boston probably is the best team.
The Eastern Conference is trash.
None
of these teams in the East are really good.
The Knicks, don't trust them. I don't know if Indiana's ready because, if Halliburton doesn't show up, they've got no chance, and he's been MIA in a couple of these games. Minnesota I like, but are they mature enough and ready to take that next step?
Minnesota and OKC have the same profile to me.
Yeah.
I'd love to see one of them do it. I just don't know if one can. I'd like to see that new blood get there, but I'm just not sure.
Well, and you see all these different quotes coming out of Chicago. You better win now because Wemby is coming, and the idea of how fast does San Antonio want to be competitive with their offseason options? And, I know we talked some yesterday about Donovan Mitchell, and I was reading an article last night, and even though Donovan Mitchell is calling BS on this, but the reports that he was tired of immature teammates. Well, and I'm reading that going, well, I wonder if he would actually want to come to San Antonio because we have such a young team. Does Donovan Mitchell would he want to go somewhere where the team is young?
My guess is that it would be almost an assumption if I'm Donovan Mitchell, I would think, oh, well, going to play for Popovich, they're not going to be a bunch of there's not going to be a bunch of slappies running around playing pranks on each other and goofing off like they're going to be serious. But who knows? He might just say, I don't want a young team. But to me, Donovan Mitchell's the kind of guy who has been the best player on enough teams that have failed that he should probably look at, man, it'd be awesome to have. And Mitchell's in a unique spot because if he came to San Antonio this offseason, he would be the best player on the team next year and maybe even the year after. But by the time San Antonio's good enough to win a championship, he would not be the best player. The hope would be that Wemby surpassed him and he becomes a number 2. And I said, I think there's a lot of these guys. I said this on the morning show, on the Morning Huddle, which you can hear from 6 to 10 here on this station every day.
There you go.
Guys don't like the idea of being Robin to Batman, but they're okay if it's the Justice League and you're Batman, but there's a Superman also. You're okay being as long as I can still be Batman.
All right, so you just don't want to be Robin.
You don't want to be the Flash or Aquaman either. But if you're still Batman, it's like, okay, I can do that.
So it's all in how Pop sells it.
Yeah.
Right. What's the setup? Because I think Devin Vassell took until after Christmas to realize you got to get it to the tall guy.
Devin Vassell's a Robin.
But don't tell Devin that. I mean,
you have to tell him.
I mean, in reality, Devin Vassell is probably the best player on this team right now. On
this team that won 22 games.
Yes.
Yep.
And the same guy that won 22 the year before. But once he realized what his role was, his February was incredible. And he was great February and March. And yeah, they didn't win a lot of games. And Wemby getting better. Whoever comes here has to understand you might be the best player, but the number one player, there is no 1 and 1A. There's no co-ones. You are a distinct number 2. And however you need to couch that, it's there. And so even though Donovan Mitchell tweeted, yeah, you guys are full of it, you'll write anything, blah, 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 is there some truth to not wanting to be around immature players? And you don't have to be young to be immature.
Yeah.
But, Wemby is very mature for his age, beyond his years. But I sometimes wonder about the level of maturity with Keldon Johnson, who always seems happy-go-lucky and fun. And, I know this year it got to me sometimes. I know it got to some fans that he's always smiling and laughing. And he says, look, my demeanor's the same, win or lose. At some point, I want you to look like you give a damn about losing 60 games. And I'm sure he does, but he doesn't give off that impression. Jeremy, sometimes you could wonder about his maturity level.
I questioned Josh Primo's maturity.
Oh, well, he's not here anymore.
Okay, but I think that was worth questioning.
Yeah, very much so. And don't say his name out loud in town.
Oh,
you didn't get the note?
No one told me.
No, you can't.
They only said that about Kawhi. They said we don't talk about Kawhi anymore.
No, we talk about him just as number 2.
Okay.
That dude who we won't
screw
name.
that guy.
Yes, F that guy big time. I mean, but Primo, we just you
try to pretend it never happened.
Yeah, it never happened.
But he was a first round pick.
No. I mean,
I think he was.
We didn't even have a season that year.
Oh,
it doesn't.
It was that
matter.
COVID year.
Oh yeah, that does. I
mean, the Mickey Mouse trophy, Mickey Mouse draft.
Primo.
No, but I think that if Devin Vassell is the best or second best player on your team, you're a 22-win team. If Donovan Mitchell is the best player on your team for a year, with Wemby as the second best, I think you're maybe a play-in caliber team.
Yep.
And then I think as Wemby progresses, and Donovan, let's face it, I mean, he's 27. I think he's still got 3 or 4 years of prime play in him. But as Wemby passes him up, when Wemby's your A and Donovan is, I know you said there's not a 1A or a 1 and 1A, but it's about as close as you can be.
But the focus is still going to be Wemby.
As it should be.
Yeah.
But I think Donovan, I think it'd be important for them to sell it to Donovan as, hey, when you get here, you're the best player we've got. But the plan is to still grow Wemby into a megastar. And we think the two of you, by the time he reaches his peak and you're still in your prime, there's a window there where we can be one of the best teams in the league. And I think that's the way to sell it to him. And I believe that to be true, that as Wemby gets better, when Wemby, passes on the chart, passes where Mitchell's level is, if Mitchell's your second best player, I think you've really got something. And we've never seen that. We saw Mitchell paired with Gobert when Gobert was really a very one-dimensional player.
Yep.
And we saw that they had a ceiling. Then he goes to Cleveland with a much more overall talented roster. But like you said, they're a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And the other sad fact is JB Bickerstaff is he's a coach of a team of kids. That's what he should be. He's a retread coach who they said, you take the job. Popovich is a guy who's going to really build this thing. I think Donovan Mitchell's a great fit here. And I think that if I'm Mitchell, I look at it as I'm the dude until Wemby's ready. And by then, it could be almost like I hate to put Shaq and Kobe on anybody, but you could see it being potentially that.
I would much rather have Donovan Mitchell than Trae Young.
Oh my, that's not even a discussion.
Well, I mean, a lot of people listening, a lot of people on the YouTube chat right now, they've been in love with the idea of Trae Young since it looked like Wemby and Trae were buddy-buddy at the All-Star break.
Trae Young sucks.
I'm not a fan of the idea, especially at the cost that apparently Atlanta wants for Trae Young. I wouldn't mind him at a different cost, but if I had my If it's Donovan or Trey, it's Donovan all day for me. Yes, I know Trey Young lobs all day to Wemby, and man, we'd make SportsCenter highlights, top 10s all the time. But would that relate to wins?
Who's this? Izzy says Mitchell and Wemby aren't enough to win a title with what Cleveland would ask in return for him. We need to build through the draft and next year's draft make our move. So basically, you're saying take another year off?
I'm not patient. I'm not patient. And the other part,
the Spurs have sucked for a long time now.
5 years with no playoffs, 7 years without a playoff series win.
That's not good.
It's
you need, and if you want this new arena,
the Wemby Center, got to start winning.
You got to win to make like taxpayers don't like paying for stuff when there's no good coming out of it.
Only so long you can tell me be patient.
Yeah.
And now we've got Wemby. I'm tired of being patient.
And the truth is, you're not going to find a better guy in the draft than Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell's a dude already.
Yep.
And eventually,
we've got a lot of picks.
Yeah, you've got so many picks. So win through the draft, give up a couple of those picks, win through the draft. The problem with Spurs fan that I'm noticing is they are way too attached to just regular ass guys. I know that
we love our guys here.
I get it.
I'll help them pack the U-Haul.
But the idea that Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson are like, can't touch those guys.
Nah, Keldon, you can go. Devin, it depends on what I'm getting in return.
If you're getting Donovan Mitchell,
bye, Devin.
Bye.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. But everybody's really attached to these guys, and I get that it's tough. Yeah, but
welcome to San Antonio.
Sometimes you gotta give a little to get some.
Let's talk some Cowboys football. John Machota from The Athletic joins us next here on The Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star.
Riding 281 with The Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
With a true Vegas feel, the Big Blind is the premier poker room in San Antonio, featuring an upscale environment catering to players from all abilities. From high-octane tournaments or lively cash games, the Big Blind has a game for everyone, including blackjack tournaments. From the owners of the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant, the Big Blind is locally owned and operated, offering daily cash games to daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments. Learn more online at thebigblindsa.com. The Big Blind at 281 and Redland Road.
Okay, it's here. Everyone stay calm. It's Kohl's lowest prices of the season. And when I say low, I mean low. I got my kids jumping beans tees for $3.99. Treated myself to some cute tees and tank tops under $5. And got great finds for our patio, 50% off. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash on all of it. Sounds too good to be true? Well, I guess you'll have to go to Kohl's and find out for yourself. Select styles. Offers in May 15th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GEAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GEAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GEAR.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
The New York Knicks look to close out the Indiana Pacers tonight as they play Game 6 of their series. Starts at 7:30. You can listen to it on San Antonio's ESPN AM 1250 starting at 7 o'clock with the pregame. Last night, Minnesota destroyed Denver 115-70 to force a Game 7 Sunday in Denver. The San Antonio Brahmas take on the Arlington Renegades Sunday afternoon in the Alamo Dome. Kickoff is set for 3.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagel has the day off. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out on a Friday afternoon doing double duty. The Morning Huddle, weekdays 6 to 10 a.m. I'm Jason Minix. You know, normally we talk with John Machota at 5:15 on Fridays, but he's got plans tonight. So we've adjusted. We've called an audible. John Machota from The Athletic joining us now on the Buyers Barricades at guest line. John, how's your Friday?
Oh, it's going good. Can't complain. Didn't get pulled over. Didn't try and drive by any officers. Didn't get arrested. So it's a pretty solid day for me.
Any day you don't assault a police officer is a great day, isn't it?
It really is. I just try and be a good citizen and just obey laws. But
I wish everybody had that mindset, man. I wish we all did.
You know, as a guy that's covered the Cowboys as long as you've seen a lot of Cowboys get arrested for weird things. I would imagine this would be this was a very Cowboy-like arrest today.
Yeah, no, there was a time not that long ago where I'm pretty sure Jerry Jones got arrested for something along the lines of this. I think he was driving to church, and I think that there might have been some type of a stoppage, and he tried to go around. I mean, that was a little bit before I started covering the team, so I guess it isn't that recent. But there's always something with the Cowboys like that, and you kind of expect it with that. I guess golf is just a little bit, I don't know, just a little bit different, so you don't expect those type of things. You know, when you wake up and you see those headlines, you're just kind of like, this doesn't seem like something that happens in golf very often. But I would say with the Cowboys, when there's stuff like this, it usually happens, you know, more late at night and generally on the weekends.
Yeah, very, very much so. Although, especially say, in January with playoff games, if you can get arrested, go to jail, and then get back to the game in time to play like Scotty Scheffler did today, that might be a part of the new Mike McCarthy playbook.
Yeah, I mean, if that same thing happened to Dak Prescott, I find it very hard to believe that he wouldn't make it to AT&T Stadium in time for the game, for a regular season game, much less if it was a playoff game or the Super Bowl. So, yeah, things move along quickly when you're a star athlete.
John Machota from The Athletic joining us here on The Blitz. John, schedule comes out this week, and we all kind of look at it, make your predictions, look at different stretches. What were the things that jumped out at the schedule for you?
Well, the number one thing was just the fact of, and this isn't just from my perspective of going to road games, but just the way the team is built too. When I you know what the road games are going to be going into the schedule release day, and you're like, man, there's a chance that they could have quite a few cold weather games late in the season, and I think they really dodged a lot of those. They don't. Yeah, of course, you got like I think Washington is one of those later games like that. I think Philadelphia, that there's a good chance it's going to be cold for that game. But outside of that, I mean, they dodged it with like Baltimore was one I was looking at. I'm like, man, there's a big difference between Baltimore early in the season and late in the season. Cleveland, same deal like that. So, I would say that the weather thing worked out pretty well for them. That was probably the biggest, because the thing is when the schedule comes out, there's a lot of people that talk about like, which clump of games, will be the toughest for them. There's not really one that stands out to me just because they won their division. They have a first place schedule. It's not going to be easy. I looked down it and I went through it a couple different times and I was around 9 or 10 wins every time I did it.
When you hear people having, thoughts that the Cowboys could be a sub 500 team, if you look at the schedule closely enough, can you ever get to that? Like, what would have to go wrong in your mind for them to not be a 9-10 win team?
I think it would have to be injuries. I think that when you have a veteran coaching staff and you have a veteran starting quarterback and one of the best defensive players and one of the best wide receivers in football, your basement's going to be pretty high. So if all those guys are on the field, I mean, I think that, they walk out and win 6-7 games at the very least, and so, and then just the fact of just how they've been the last 3 years, even though they haven't got it done in January, they've been very good during the season. And I anticipate that to be the case again. I think the schedule is a little bit tougher. So that's why I only think they'll win 9 or 10 games. And then they also didn't do much. So I don't think that they're going to have a better roster than they had last year. So I don't think that should be a surprise either if they only win 9, maybe even 8 games. But I think they'll be right in the hunt all the way down to the end of the season for the division. And maybe the division comes down to that game late in the year at Philadelphia. And if not, then they should be right in there for the wild card spot. So I just ultimately think that like we thought before the schedule came out, that will have a great chance to be playing in January, and then they'll be judged by what happens in January.
John Machota from The Athletic joining us here on the Blitz. I have them at 10 or 11. I don't think they win the NFC East. Philly will. Nobody's been back-to-back NFC East champs in 20-something years. I don't think that's going to change with this team. One thing that I thought was interesting this week, John, and I want to get your thoughts, the assistant coaches that were made available to the media and the consistent theme that it felt like Dan Quinn with tire tracks all over him getting thrown under the bus for scheme, whether it came to Micah or whether it came to Mozzie. Were you at all surprised that every defensive coach kind of felt like they were throwing Dan Quinn under the bus?
I personally didn't feel that way. And there's a part of me, the reason why I say this, because I think there's a lot of this in sports where, for me, for example, I think Dak Prescott's a really good quarterback. I don't think he's close to being as good as Patrick Mahomes. And if you and I start going back and forth and we're arguing about it or we're talking about it a lot, in the end, it's going to sound like I'm knocking Dak, So when they're talking about Dan Quinn and they're not even mentioning him, they're just saying the defense in the past or what they ran in previous years. I feel like they have to say that something's going to be different because clearly the defense wasn't good enough to get where they wanted to go. But I mean, even Mike Zimmer pointed out, he goes, usually when I take over defenses, like he said, this is different for me. He told the team in his first meeting with them that this is different for him because usually when he's taking over, he has to fix the defense and that this defense doesn't need to be fixed. There needs to be some tweaks. And so that's just kind of the way I took it. It was like, hey, these reporters are going to ask us a bunch of questions. We have to have a reason that it's going to be better because let's be honest, it's not like they did this great overhaul in talent to where all of a sudden you're just like on paper, this is probably the best defense in the NFL. No, this is going to be a defense that is going to be a lot like last year, but people want to know now, okay, so how's it going to be better? And while I understand what a lot of the defensive coaches are saying in terms of being better scheme-wise, maybe against the run, I also think that a trade-off from that is I could see this team maybe not sacking the quarterback as much, maybe not cause as many turnovers as much as they did in the Dan Quinn defense. So while there could be some areas where they're better at, there also could be some areas where they're worse.
We've got our guest here, John Machota from The Athletic, joining us here on the Blitz. John, when you talked about Dak, his offseason feels like it's going to sort of set the pace for this entire season. Do you feel like if something doesn't get done with Dak, that it's going to be a distraction throughout the season for Dak and for the team?
I really don't think it will be for Dak just because he's kind of been through this before and he is a pro's pro. If he was the type of guy that was real nervous about this type of a situation, I think that he would have already signed a contract before, and I think that last contract would have been more than 4 years. He was very fine with betting on himself. It has worked out every time up to this point. Why not continue to do that? And if it means having to play hardball, then so be it. But I think that he'll be very motivated by it if there isn't a contract done. And I think maybe you get, maybe even Dak's best season because of that. But what's the flip side? I don't think it could be any worse than in 2020 when he has a severe ankle injury, and that was in a contract year, and he still got every penny and probably got a deal that is the most, I'm going to say it's the most difficult to feat in terms of contract talk that Jerry Jones has experienced in his career, just by judging by what he said after the contract was done and just the way his body language was. Jerry knows that Dak and his agent won that contract in every single area of it. And so because he's been through this before, I don't think it'll be an issue with him. Now, for the team, when they're getting asked questions and things like that about the season, about Dak not having a contract or maybe CD or whatever, then maybe, yeah, I guess it could a little bit, but I don't think it'll bother Dak.
No, and although I can already hear the storylines through off season where Schottenheimer said this week that Trey Lance, we've got to get a look at what he can get. We know Dak, we know Cooper Rush. We're going to get Trey Lance the majority of the reps this offseason. And I imagine at training camp, Dak will get those reps. But when you see Trey Lance getting a lot of reps, and I kind of would like to see, I don't know, Dak work with the new center to make sure that they're compatible. But can you already see the storylines that are going to come if there's no deal and we get to August and Trey Lance has looked good in off-season workouts with the mini camps that are coming?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the key, though. Trey Lance has to look really good. And I think a lot of it will be judged on those preseason games because, it was the same way with Romo. When you have a franchise quarterback, they're not playing in those preseason games. I mean, even those days of, well, the starters will get out there for a series or two. Yeah, they're done doing that. And so I don't anticipate Dak taking a single snap in the preseason at all. And so if he's not, do they really need to see a lot from Cooper Rush? They didn't draft a quarterback. They're not going to have another young quarterback. So those preseason games, I think, are going to be a ton of reps for Trey Lance. Now, he's not going to be playing with CD. He's probably not going to be playing with much of that first team offense of line, but if he looks good, if he's making some big plays, by all means, absolutely. That certainly is going to be a storyline that, hey, what do they have here in Trey Lance? But ultimately what it comes down to is I go back to 2016 and when Romo went down, Dak looked great in the preseason. Whether you talk about his very first preseason game at the LA Coliseum against the Rams, or you talk about when he came into the game immediately after Romo goes down at Seattle. Seattle's playing all their ones, which was still the Legion of Boom defense. And Dak looked really good and marched them right down the field. But still, that doesn't matter until you get into the regular season and you start to win games there. And then that's when they did that. And yeah, they lost the first game, but then Dak leads them on to 8 consecutive wins. And then all of a sudden, that's when Romo gives his concession speech of basically, hey, Dak deserves to stay as the quarterback, and he's won the job. I don't know that Trey Lance can do enough in just some preseason games for people to go, oh, well, they got their next quarterback here. I think that he'd have to come into some regular season games and in some, like, not just mop-up time for people to really start, driving that storyline.
Yeah, maybe some people. I think those that hate Dak just want somebody not number 4 behind center just because they're ready for somebody else to get mad at. John Machota from The Athletic. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Appreciate you jumping on with us.
You guys do the same. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it. John Machota from The Athletic. Follow him on Twitter at John Machota. Make sure you subscribe to The Athletic. John Machota and all our guests on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com. Scotty Scheffler said that while in the holding cell, he was watching coverage of his arrest on Get Up. It's kind of comical.
What kind of prison was he in? He had TV already day one?
Of course he had TV.
Yeah.
He's Scotty Scheffler. We'll talk about the interesting morning and the great day of golf for Scotty Scheffler coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you know me, you listen to this show enough, you know the Rue Pub is my go-to spot. No better place to go watch any game, any big event than at the Rue with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. You want to watch basketball tonight or hockey, golf tomorrow? They got a big fight tomorrow night that they'll have on with those 3 massive 170-inch screens. And when you show up at the Roo, show up hungry. You know, the food there is fantastic. The biggest and best wings in town. About 15 different burgers on the menu, including the original Wemby burger. I love the fried shrimp over there. They've got great appetizers. Pledge tells me the salads there are wonderful. And more importantly, that kitchen is open late till 2 a.m. every day with the full menu available. So when you need that late night meal, don't go to a drive-thru. Get into the Roo Pub there at 281 in Redland Road, just down from the Big Blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
94.1 FM.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
We all expect our home to protect everything we love. But we don't expect that water is the reason parts of our concrete have gotten so uneven. Walkway tripping hazards, sinking pool deck, cracked driveways are dangerous threats to everyone's safety. But there's one way to learn how your concrete can be lifted. A free home inspection from Foundation Support Specialists. They'll restore your concrete and give you peace of mind. Get your free inspection at FoundationSupportSpecialists.com.
Pack the Dome this Sunday as Puro San Antonio football returns to the Alamo Dome. The playoff push is on for the San Antonio Brahmas as they return home Sunday against the Arlington Renegades. Fun for the entire family. Experience the excitement. Buy your tickets now at theUFL.com. Come watch Coach Wade Phillips lead the Brahmas against the Arlington Renegades this Sunday afternoon at 3 in the Alamo Dome. Get your tickets now at theUFL.com. That's theUFL.com. Vamos Brahmas!
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancer pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax. Touchdown! A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax. 100% natural male enhancement formulas only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
We're recording this Progressive commercial on a real boat to let people know that when you bundle your home, boat, and other vehicles...
What was that, Flo?
Progressive saves you money, Jamie.
Why are we doing this on a boat?
We were going for authenticity.
We're going to the city?
Authenticity.
You mean Atlantic City? But we're not in the Atlantic. Are we?
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We all know what UV rays can do to our skin, but they can also do damage to your car. Keep that from happening with 303 Protectant. 303 Protectant keeps the sun's harmful rays from causing fading and cracking in rubber, plastic, or vinyl surfaces. From the dashboard to the tires, 303 Protectant keeps your car looking new longer. Get 303 Protectant today at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Visit 303radio.com for more information.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It's The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagel has the day off. I'm Jason Minix. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out this afternoon. He's the new guy. He has nothing else to do today but work.
Yeah, I wanted to do 8.5 hours of radio today. That was the plan.
Absolutely. It's
all along.
All along. Absolutely.
It's not exhausting for anyone.
No. Well, you got a good nap in.
Was it a good nap?
Did you get a nap?
I got I got a nap.
I mean,
I wouldn't call it a good one. It was a a hard floor nap, but it was a nap.
Ryan Eagle's playing in a golf tournament. I don't know how he's playing today, but he's not at work. So regardless of what he's doing on the golf course, it's a good day, right?
Yeah.
And don't naps fall in that same category? You got to nap it.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Might not have been the best nap, but it's better
was a
than
nap.
no
You're
nap
right.
at all.
It's like pizza and sex. It's like
Better than not.
Yeah.
Right? Did you even eat lunch today? Although you don't eat lunch.
I don't really eat lunch.
No, because while you were napping on the floor, I texted you, "Hey man, I'm gonna get a brisket sandwich. Do you want one?" And you never responded.
It was a generous offer.
Then I get to the station and you're asleep on the floor.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't respond, but I saved you however many dollars that you would have spent on a brisket sandwich.
Yeah, $10.
Yeah.
That's
You're
good deal.
welcome.
Well, today was a cheap day because Pledge isn't here, so I didn't get him one.
Okay.
Normally you have to feed Pledge.
Is he like an animal? Like you got to throw some scraps to him?
You have no idea, do you?
I mean, I saw he was here for the hot dogs the other day. Which, by the way, what was up with you getting like the little kid hot dog?
Dude, I wanted the ballpark dog. It was wrapped in bacon, and it was wonderful.
Okay. It just had ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard?
Yeah, and bacon.
Okay.
I was good with that.
They've got all these cool hot dogs that like have unique stuff, and you're like, no, they call that one El Virgin.
What does that mean?
The Virgin.
Okay. Well, it was good. It was no. You know what? If I'm going to eat someplace new and different, and they've got a base, I want to know what the base is before I go and figure out what everything else is. Because are you hiding something with all this other stuff on what your base is?
I got you.
Give me the base first.
All right.
Next time I'll probably venture out.
So you order a Whataburger before you say I'll take a patty melt. Like you want to know what
give me
what's the standard around here?
Yes, give me what started this creation? Do you have good hot dogs or not? Because on some of those other ones, who knows if you were even going to taste the hot dog? Plus, I forgot they were coming, so I had lunch. I had leftover spaghetti at the house before I came in, and so I wasn't overly hungry. And those other ones, there was one that had like an entire omelet on the hot dog.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to finish that.
Okay.
So
you knew where you were weak. You knew where you were strong.
And I'm not.
I'll respect that.
And I'm not a fan of Chicago style dogs.
Okay.
And I can't eat jalapenos. So I was.
Oh my gosh, you eat like a kid.
Well, I mean, to a degree.
You and Ryan Eagle, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
you guys.
I think he might be worse than that. Well, he would eat the jalapenos.
Okay, but he would have dumped a bunch of ketchup on it, like in
probably. Which one did you eat?
I had the one with jalapenos, the Asian style one.
Yeah, see, I can't do. I love jalapenos.
Mm-hmm.
I love making my own jalapeno poppers because I'll make sure that you get that flavor without the heat that's going to kill you.
I like that heat that could kill me.
Yeah, see, I can't do overly spicy.
Okay.
Ever since I had weight loss surgery, that part of my life has ended.
That's too bad.
Well, it one, I can't handle it.
I would have weighed the risks
in your chest. I see. You realize, that's gonna burn, and it might be a disaster later. I would rather avoid that.
You'd rather not be fat than eat jalapenos.
Sure.
Really? I think I'd rather be fat and eat jalapenos. In fact, that's the life I live.
Well, that's true. I mean, there you go. There, yeah, there is something to that. So Scotty Scheffler had one hell of a day. No matter what you've gone through today, your day started better than Scotty Scheffler's. It might not end better than Scotty, but he started his day running over a comp and then getting arrested.
Ironically, we both slept on the floor at one point.
Yeah. See, you and Scotty Scheffler have something in common. Maybe you can go out to a golf club of Texas this weekend and shoot 5 under.
Yeah, sure. No problem. No, it's the fact that I looked on a sports wagering site because as soon as I saw he was going to make his tee time, I said, I've got to find out what his projection is today because I want to bet him over on his strokes. I expect him to have a rough day at the office.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God I could not find that proposition because I would have lost some of my Caitlin Clark hating money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do that. So luckily, I was shocked. I was shocked at how well he played today because I would think, given the circumstances, it would have been forgivable for him to. Had he shot in even par, I'd be like, oh, Yeah,
If he would have been 10
good
over.
job.
I mean,
Well, if he'd been 10 over, I'd been like, what an idiot. You ruined your chances here. But if he would have hung where he was from yesterday, he would have made the cut. He'd still be in contention. He wouldn't be, 9 under or whatever. But if he were sitting at 6 under right now, 5 under, I'd be like, oh, he's still doing all right going into the weekend. He'll figure it out tomorrow and be back in it. But to play the way that he did, it's like I couldn't have projected that.
The idea that he didn't get his normal warm up, he had been in jail, to have the mental focus to get on the golf course and play the round that he did today. And at one point, is he sitting in jail wondering if he's even going to make it back? Well, the rain delay and get up on ESPN television, maybe he started thinking while sitting in that jail cell, maybe there's a chance.
When I was sitting in like the holdings, there was a TV there and I could see myself on the TV on ESPN, and Get Up was on. And so in the corner, it showed the time and it said they were delayed. And I was kind of thinking about my tee time. I was like, well, maybe, I could be able to get out. The officers downstairs and, they were discussing how long it was going to take me to get released. Obviously you have to go through all the due process and everything. And, I was able to kind of see a bit of the TV and, then I laid down and then I started to stretch a little bit once I got my heart rate down a little bit.
Once I got my heart rate down. Scotty acts like he's never been to jail before.
I don't think he has.
Really? It's his first rodeo, huh?
Apparently.
Soft.
I mean, look how good his mugshot looks.
I don't think a guy like that could go to jail and then play that well if it was his first time. Like I that feels like experience, but I mean, maybe not.
Well, once it sounds like, because listening to Jeff Darlington from ESPN, who was a witness to all of this, because he was on the media bus that Scotty Scheffler tried to go around before.
Oh, he made sure to let you know he was there.
He was there. His cell phone video.
I saw it.
Yes, his cell phone video, and how Darlington described it when I was watching him this morning on Get Up, saying that the cop attached himself to the car. So I was like, did he jump on the hood? What was he trying to do?
I thought he handcuffed himself to the door handle.
It goes something, and then the cop ripped his pants, because that's in the police report. Beyond repair, $80 worth. That makes the police report. This is a cop crossing every T and dotting every I.
You know what I noticed on the booking information of Scotty Scheffler?
Mm-hmm.
His nationality or race.
Yeah.
Listed as white/European. Okay, no shocker there. /Northern African/Middle Eastern.
Really? You noticed that, huh?
I noticed that.
Yet he still was able to get out of jail fast enough to get to the golf course.
I think they put white European for like later.
Yeah.
They were like, how are we going to get this guy out? And his lawyer negotiated that they put white and European as the first two things on his, and they said, you could keep those other ones, but just let's bury those.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that Scotty Scheffler was Northern African.
Yeah, it's crazy. The things you learn when people get arrested.
Yeah. Scheffler is an Egyptian last name, I think.
Is it?
No. I don't know. I wouldn't think so, but maybe it is.
Who knows? Who knows? Weird for you guys in the morning to get breaking news.
Well, yeah, because most people don't start doing sports until like a normal time. These dopes get up at 6 o'clock and go assault cops, and you never see that coming.
Did Edwin even know where the breaking news sounder was this morning?
Yeah, he was on top of it.
Well,
I think he figured it out this weekend when he was here hanging out, allegedly working on the weekend.
First time I used it this morning.
Well, there you go.
On the morning show.
He was prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told him, hey, man, when you work with me, big things are going to happen.
Yes.
And what I meant was golfers are going to assault police officers at 6 a.m. And sure enough, I was right.
You were right. I mean, did you have money on that?
No. I had money on Kevin Na assaulting an officer, and it also it had to be before a weekday round. So even if he does it this weekend, it's not going to pay out.
No,
I went for the long shot.
Although with Kevin, it's generally going to be Thursday or Friday because
he probably ain't going to be around for the weekend.
Yeah,
but that's why it was a long shot.
I mean, I'll never forget that guy. What did he have at 18 at the Valero, Texas Open a few years ago?
I think that's what Tiger shot on too this morning.
Yeah, it felt that way. Tiger did not get arrested today, but he's playing as if he did.
Yeah, yeah. Or as if he drank a whole lot last night, which I think he did before he got arrested.
Where is Tiger right now on the leaderboard?
I think he's 4 over.
Still? All right, because that's where he was after 2.
I might be wrong. I didn't look at it. I don't know what his final was. But
Jordan Spieth is even.
I don't think Tiger's making the cut.
Tiger right now is 6 over.
Oh, yeah.
For the tournament, 5 over for the day.
Tiger ain't making the cut.
Yeah. Jimmy Walker from San Antonio is also 5 over today, 6 over for the tournament.
Dynamite.
He'll be home this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. He will.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's kind of the every major now is it's not will Tiger win, it's will Tiger make the cut? Yes or no. It's usually a minus 110 prop.
I think once he gets to the senior tour,
he'll dominate.
He gets a golf cart,
he'll dominate.
He'll be back to winning.
Let him ride. If the PGA was smart, they would let him ride anyway. Or if Liv was smart, they'd say, "Hey, we'll let you ride a cart."
Well, I think they offered him a cart and $1 billion.
He said no.
He said no.
Okay, well, he's dumber than the PGA.
Well, he's already got $1 billion.
If you've got $1 billion, don't you want 2?
I would think.
If I had $1 billion, I'd want 2.
Yeah.
Just
I would like to know what it's like to have 1 to see if I really want to.
Yeah.
Man.
I don't know. I don't know if I need $1 billion. That's a lot. That's trouble money.
That's greedy.
Yeah.
That's greedy.
Give me like $20.
20?
20 be cool.
You know, fast you would lose 20.
50 be cooler, but I don't know.
You're working for free right now.
Yeah,
so
that's true. Yeah.
$20 does go a long way.
I was supposed to get paid for this, and then now
you're not. But $20 this weekend at Rotama on the Preakness could turn into some bucks. We'll help you bet that coming up with our horse racing expert, a blood stock agent, good friend Frank Alosa, joins us next. Plus, we've got another qualifier to get.
Oh, yeah.
For the ACL 3-day weekend 2 wristbands. Trivia coming up. Grab your phone lines now. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Monday on the Huddle, we find out if the cop beater won the PGA Championship. The NBA playoffs continue. Who's playing in the next round? We'll know by then. Lots of fights, too. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you on Monday. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I want to tell you about Parkhurst New Vision. You've heard me talking about Parkhurst New Vision because, well, I'm very happy that I met those folks and took advantage of what they do. Last summer, I had lens replacement surgery, and let me tell you something. I see better now than I've seen in 30 years. In fact, my results were so good, my wife Maggie had her eyes done at Parkhurst New Vision, and she is loving the results as well. You can be just like us. Go see the folks at Parkhurst New Vision. Get rid of those glasses. Get rid of those readers. Give them a call, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. When you call and set up your consultation, first thing I want you to do, if you would, tell them I sent you, Joe Reinagle from the Blitz. Second thing you're going to do is get out your list of questions and concerns. They will answer each and every one. Let Parkhurst New Vision do for you like they have done for my family. Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
What's keeping you from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make learning fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. And in 10 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
That's not long.
It's not hard.
It's perfect.
It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson for Tri-County Meat Market, your locally owned full-service meat market. Tri-County has 2 great locations, Keebner Road and Ralph Fair, stocked full of everything you need to up your grilling game. If you're looking for the perfect cut of beef, they've got it. And if they don't have it, they'll cut it for you. Roast chicken, prepare foods, they've got it. The 5 for $25 is always in play. If you're a first responder, 10% off the best meat you're going to find. Tri-County Meat Market. Head over to either location, put some good meat on the grill, and thank me later.
Must stay
The wait is finally over. Childish Gambino, The New World Tour. With special guest, Willow. September 10th, Moody Center. Childish Gambino. Tickets on sale now at thenewworldtour.com. A night unlike any other. Childish Gambino, live.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-979-1771. That's 800-979-1771. 800-979-1771.
George gets justice. In life's most challenging moments, getting the right help matters most if you've been injured. Get George at George Salinas Injury Lawyers. With a track record of success and a dedication to their clients, George gets justice. George Salinas Injury Lawyers is not just a law firm. They're your support system. Get George at George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com. George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
This is Jim Rome, and you're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagle has this Friday off. I'm Jason Minix. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle sitting in for Joe, working double duty today. He worked the morning, now he gets to work tonight because, well, he wants to learn how to bet horses. So we'll do that for you in a moment. But first, we've got to get another qualifier for those 3-day ACL Music Festival Weekend 2 wristbands. We've got trivia for you. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Fairly easy. What part of Austin does the ACL Music Festival take place? Pretty easy question. Just tell Edwin if you get it right.
Where in Austin, right?
Yeah, where?
Okay.
Yeah, where?
Okay.
Yeah.
That should be easy.
It should be.
But, maybe some people don't know. Maybe it's not.
You would think.
I know the answer.
So it's easy.
You hit me with that, but I've been to ACL probably 8 times.
Yeah.
But when you asked about the what did Wimby want to buy, I had no idea.
Yeah.
So everybody knows something a little different.
Absolutely. Frank Alosa knows horses. He is a blood stock agent. Joined us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Frank, I debated whether bringing you back after the great advice you gave us on the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, yeah. Pretty tough trip for the horse I picked. I think the old saying is it might still be finishing the race 2 weeks later, but I did give you Mystic Dan underneath. I gave you Sierra Leone in the ticket. So I think you were pretty close to hitting something for a pretty big score, Jason.
I would have won $2,700 if you would have given me the right horse. I had 3 of the 4 horses were right. The one that I lost was dead last.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. He had that tough trip. It was a like I told you guys going into the Derby is the largest field that we run in America any point in 365 days. And the Derby is so much about a trip. And if you watch that race, Mystic Dan won that race by essentially a whisker. And it was because of the trip. The rider took a chance, squeezed through down on the inside, saved all the ground, and won the race. And, he didn't really run into a ton of trouble at all in the race. was in a pretty comfortable spot throughout. And, that's the difference to winning and running dead last, really. I mean, that's honestly the case with the Derby.
Let's talk about Mystic Dan, who is, of course, in this field, and it looks like his biggest competition got scratched. Is it a foregone conclusion that Mystic Dan is going to head into the third leg with 2 in his pocket? Are you seeing him as the horse to beat in this race?
I hope he wins, and I'm going to qualify it first, and I'm going to tell you I don't think he wins. I hope he wins because it's good for the sport. Anytime we go to the third leg of the Triple Crown, in terms of eyes on TVs, people wanting to go to a racetrack, anytime you have the Derby winner win the Preakness, it sets up for a very exciting day 3 weeks from tomorrow at the Belmont Stakes. Now, I don't think he wins. You just said, Muth scratching out of the race. Muth is the morning line favorite. He's trained by Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert is suspended from Churchill Downs Properties. Therefore, he could not have a horse race in the Kentucky Derby. So they targeted the Preakness. They shipped all the way across from California. The horse spikes a fever, misses training. Baffert does the right thing, scratches the horse. Well, he's the morning line favorite. Honestly, I think Muth wins the race if he's in it. He's that good, but he's not. Muth is also a speed horse. Mystic Dan needs a little bit of pace setup for him to be able to make his closing rally, like a lot of other horses in the race. With Muth out, it changes the entire complexion of the race, especially for Mystic Dan. So I don't think he wins tomorrow. I want him to win, but my gut tells me it's an uphill battle.
You said it's good for the sport, and we know there was a long time, between Triple Crown winners, almost 40 years, and then we had 2 in like a 3 or 4 year run. Did that kind of spoil the people to think like, oh, well, now we can get, it's not as big of a deal as it once was? Is it still as big of a deal now that American Pharoah and Justify won the Triple Crown? Does it feel like it's as huge for that third race to have a horse win the first 2?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's everything. The Triple Crown is arguably one of the most difficult feats in sports. It's 5 races at 2 turns, classic distances, 10 furlongs, 9.5 furlongs, and then, historically 12. This year's a little different because Belmont Park's under renovation. Having a horse go into the third leg of the Triple Crown creates a certain level of buzz. I equate in our industry, in the horse racing industry, it's like a game 7 of the NHL playoffs. If you have the Derby and Preakness winner be the exact, be the same horse going into that third leg, it creates a massive buzz. Now, you're right. We have kind of been spoiled. It went 30 some odd years between Triple Crowns when American Pharoah conquered it, right? But then Justify follows it up. So it kind of spoils horse racing fans and people inside the industry, almost making it seem like, oh, it's not so difficult. Well, go back in that 30-year run between Secretariat, the 30-plus year run between Secretariat and American Pharoah. There were some ridiculous defeats in the Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes is the hardest of these races to win because it's a 1.5 miles historically. As I said, this year is different, but it does create the buzz. We are a little spoiled. I hope we get Mystic Dan, but as I said, I don't, with the scratch of Muth, I just don't know how it sets up for him.
Frank Alosa, bloodstock agent, our horse racing expert, joining us here on the Blitz on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Muth gets scratched. He spikes a fever. We're dealing with Bob Baffert here. He got a fever a couple of days ago. I know it's a knucklehead sounding question, but
he got COVID.
Well, it's a fever. Can we give him some NyQuil or something, get the fever down and let the thing run?
No, because with the drug policies in effect that have gone into effect in the United States, which has, been good for horse racing, creating uniform drug policies that every jurisdiction has to play by. So every trainer's playing by the same rules. The horse, if it goes into the race and it's running on some sort of sickness medication, right? It tests positive. Well, now we have a disqualification. We have a massive news story. What we're trying to avoid are these massive news stories.
Well, but if we know he's got a fever and he takes some cold medicine, don't you just make an exception to the rule? It's a fever.
It's not a performance enhancer.
but it can't, like, this is the thing. It's a 1,200-pound animal. It's not like you and I. We take 3 or 4 Advil or ibuprofen, we cut the fever, we sweat it out overnight, and all of a sudden the next day it's gone. Horses spike temperatures. It's a sign of a larger illness. And what ends up happening is you miss like 3 to 4 days of training. Well, training for these massive classic distance races, you cannot afford to miss any time, because then your horse will not be performing at its highest on the big day. So honestly, it sounds silly to probably everyone else and most of the people listening to this, waiting for you guys to talk about the Spurs or the Cowboys, but it is a big deal in horses because they are 1,200-pound animals, and you can't just throw it a couple of ibuprofen and all of a sudden, poof, it's gone.
What did you do when you used to weigh 1,200 pounds and had a fever, Minix?
NyQuil.
Okay, yeah,
that'd be fine.
Just a lot of
That'd be
NyQuil, right?
fine.
Just
Same,
give him-
same with Frank. I mean,
Minix just chugged an entire bottle of NyQuil and slept for 4 days.
I mean, it works.
Yeah, and then
you wake up, no fever.
The difference was when you woke up, you didn't want to run.
I didn't want to run before I
you
went
didn't
to
wanna
bed.
run.
There's a difference there. I mean, a big difference there. All right, so Frank, a lot of people are going to put money on Mystic Dan. You want it to happen, but where's the smart money going then if you don't think Mystic Dan actually wins?
The other Baffert horse, Imagination, is a speed horse. He could be lone speed. I think he's going to take a lot of money because Bob Baffert had 2 horses in the race. You know, with the scratch and Muth, the horse Imagination had been running against pretty good competition out in California. He's been a little bit of a bridesmaid in terms of the winner circle picture. You know, he's gotten pieces in some big races, but he hasn't always kind of finished the deal. This is the furthest that horse will ever have run in his life. I still think he takes money. Obviously, Mystic Dan takes money. I don't really think either of those are a good bet. Like, Baffert's going to take money because of the name. Mystic Dan's going to take money because he's going to be the apple of everybody's eye. I think there's another opportunity in the race that makes a lot more sense, and I think that's Tuscan Gold. Tuscan Gold is trained by Chad Brown, who's one of the best trainers in the country. He's historically, over the course of his career, known more for turf horses, but this is a purely dirt-bred horse. They paid a lot of money for it. It's lightly raced. It's a big, good-looking colt, and I think he is the play tomorrow in that race. He has enough tactical speed to be close, and I think that's going to be the key. With Muth out, you're going to have to be close. I don't think the pace, the fractions of the race are going to be extremely quick. So you're going to want to be closer, and I think Tuscan Gold can be there and has the stamina to withhold the 9.5 furlong race.
All right, so Tuscan Gold.
Well,
yeah, and now that we're doing this on air, Minix, the horse is probably going to still be finishing the race in 3 weeks.
No, I've won money listening to your advice before. Last week was about as bad as it gets because not only did I have everything right, but that one, and it would have been a lot of money, but it became in dead last. It wasn't even close.
At least you didn't have to watch the second half of the race. You knew at halftime.
Dude, it was 2 minutes.
Like the Nuggets, you knew.
Honestly, AJ, I knew the race was over for the horse that I really liked going into it. I knew the race was over about 4 strides in.
Oh, no.
I was like, when they broke the gate, I was like, oh, no, he just got, I mean, I always tell people, go back and watch replays when you're trying to bet horse racing, because it's better than paper. You can learn a lot more about how a horse fared. If you went back and you just singled and just watched only that one horse, it was a complete disaster from start to finish.
And it was raw. Your money was too, so I didn't feel as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you even had a horse in the race. I mean, and your horse isn't going to the Preakness. He did run good. Lost money on that one too.
No, he's getting some time off. He's going to have a little bit of time off and sort of reset and come back toward the summer and the fall, which is important for young horses like that.
One last question. If we do get we get Mystic Dan win the second leg here, when he gets to the Belmont Stakes, would there be an asterisk because he didn't run the longer race? Would it be looked at as like a Triple Crown with a notation?
I think I think it could happen to like the outside folks. Inside the horse racing industry, I think we'll still look at it as the Triple Crown accomplishment because it is three races, over 5 weeks. Normally, these horses race once every 5 weeks. So to be able to accomplish the feat, 3 races in 5 weeks, is pretty extraordinary. I mean, that's why we're not talking about hundreds of Triple Crown winners. That's the major thing. Now, sure, the shorter distance, being at Saratoga instead of in New York City at Belmont Park, like, yeah, I'm sure there will be some people that go, well, that was, how we always did like the COVID championships and stuff like that in the NBA and the NHL and the NFL and all that stuff. I'm sure there will be a little bit of that, but it's still a massive accomplishment for any horse in this industry to accomplish 3 wins at classic distances. It's not like it's going to be a half a mile race. It's still going to be a 2-turn, 10 furlong test. Yes, it's not a mile and a half. It's a mile and a quarter, but it's still a massive accomplishment.
Frank Alosa, bloodstock agent, Preakness tomorrow. He likes Tuscan Gold to win. Tell me what your box look like. You go up to the window at Retama tomorrow.
What do you say?
Tell me exactly. What are we saying?
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think the 4 logical contenders to me are, you've got to use Mystic Dan. He shows up every time and he runs his race. Now, there should be, and I told you guys this going into the Derby, moisture in the ground. It's been a lot of rain in the Mid-Atlantic. We had a lot of rain Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. It's raining right now. On Friday, it's going to rain a little bit more overnight. So that'll put more moisture in the ground. So I think you have to use Mystic Dan. And if your heart says bet Mystic Dan, I'm not going to fault you. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of this whole thing. You have to use Mystic Dan. I think you have to use Catching Freedom, who ran 4th in the Derby. He wheels back in 2 weeks. His trainer, Brad Cox, says the horse has been doing phenomenal since the Derby. But again, he's pace dependent. And without a ton of speed in the race, like, I think he can get a piece. I think Imagination can hold on for 3rd or 4th. So I would use Tuscan Gold over Mystic Dan, Catching Freedom, and Imagination. It's not really a wild take because if you look at the odds, it sort of makes a ton of sense. I'm just trying to find the longest shot, the best value with Tuscan Gold on top. So I would bet Tuscan Gold to win, and then I would bet Mystic Dan underneath in exactas and trifectas, meaning 1st or 2nd or 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Catching Freedom and Imagination.
All right. Now, Frank, just so you know, on our YouTube feed in the chat, Joshua says Tuscan Gold sucks, and Jay Braun says Mugata is going to pull off the upset. Get rich quick.
Mugatu is another one of these horses.
Sounds like a bad song from the 90s.
It's like an old hair metal band. Mugatu needs a lot like Mystic Dan. Well, more. It's worse for Mugatu. Mugatu is probably going to be last early. He does not benefit at all with Moose not in the race. He needs speed. He needs something to catch. He needs a target. I don't think he's going to have it. I just think that it's not going to be an extremely fast race. It's going to be very technical and very tactful on the riders. This is a race. We talked about it going into the Derby. Do you put a lot of stock into the jockeys? Not really in the Derby. It's the world's best. And it's 20 horses. It's really all about the gate break and how you sort of set up. The Preakness, this is going to be a jockey's race in a lot of ways. Who is in the right spot at the right time and pushes the button at the right time?
Good stuff. All right. Tuscan Gold, Mystic Dan, Catching Freedom, Imagination, says bloodstock agent Frank Alosa.
You love saying that word.
I'm still trying to figure out what the hell you actually do for a living. He spends rich people's money buying horses.
Good work if you can get it.
That's sort of the Cliff Notes version, I guess.
Look at me. I mean,
don't want to get too complicated. You spend rich people's money. They give you a pile of money and say, go buy me horses, and you do.
Okay, I guess you're kind of on the
I mean,
path a little bit.
It's like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Some guy says, "Here's $400,000. Go buy me a horse," or "Here's 25,000. Good luck. Get me something." Right?
Yeah, as I've told you before, it's like a realtor for horses. Like it's a lot of shopping and hunting, and it's a little bit more. But yes, it's you've sort of done the Spark Notes version.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to be known as the horse hunter. That just sounds bad.
Yeah, I don't.
Not that
I don't
bloodstock
wanna use the
agent
word
sounds
hunt.
better.
You know me well. Hunting is not really a forte of mine.
Not with horses anyway. Bars, cougar hunting, that's a whole different story. Stone Oak misses you in a variety of ways. Frank, man, have fun this weekend. Appreciate you jumping on.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Appreciate it. Frank Alosa on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com. From horse racing to basketball, let's talk NBA playoffs coming up here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro, especially if you need caps made. Sam has over 25,000 caps on display in his showroom and more than 75 color combinations just waiting for your logo. And he's got all the big name cap brands like Katie Caps, Richardson 112 style trucker caps, Nike, Pacific, Cap America. You need your logo on a t-shirt, he'll do that for you. Any kind of t-shirt, screen printed, go see Sam. Over 700 uniform lines to choose from all kinds of industries. You just need a nice golf shirt or a fishing shirt with your company logo on it. Sammy's Embroidery and Printing. Nobody has better prices. Sam has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas with one-day turnaround. No order too small, certainly no order too big, and all items do come with a warranty. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom on San Pedro, a mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
You're locked on the Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons 2 to 6, KTFM Floresville, and everywhere at sasportstar.com.
Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch games with those three massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the UFC fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and certainly the best place to watch a game. The Roo Pub is next to the Angry Elephant and in the same plaza as the Big Blind there at 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
The Golf Club of Texas has some of the best course conditions with the friendliest staff. The golf is great. They have lighted driving range and practice area. While it feels like a country club, it's not a private club. It's open to the public, so bring the family into the Tin Cup Bar, the nicest sit-down restaurant in that area of San Antonio, specializing in Texas food, wine, and spirits. For golf or dinner, go to the Golf Club of Texas off Highway 90, online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, the friendliest golf course in Texas.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax.
Touchdown!
A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas, only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
The Texas Rangers open a series tonight at home against the Angels. You can listen to that game here on 94.1 beginning at 6:30. The Astros have won 5 straight. They open a series tonight against the Milwaukee Brewers. The San Antonio Missions continue their series out at the Wolf tonight with the Corpus Christi Hooks. First pitch at 7:05. And it's the Brahmas against the Renegades Sunday in the Dome starting at 3.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagel, he's off today. I'm Jason Minix. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle. Still with us here, sitting in for Joe today. We're going overtime today, too. So not only did they ask you, hey, do you want to work a double on Friday, of all days, a Friday? Pledge is out.
Yep.
So we're going till 6:30 leading up to the Rangers game.
Well, yeah. Dax just keeps asking for favors, keeps asking for more. Hey, can you work a second shift on Friday?
On a Friday.
Okay, yeah, I guess so. Oh, do you mind working an extra half hour on top of that second shift? Like time and a half or something, right?
Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Man.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. You're the new guy.
This is part of the deal, huh?
Apparently.
All right.
Oh, apparently.
You've never been a new guy, so you don't know.
Dude, I was the new guy, but that was 16 years ago.
But everybody was new at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you came
Although,
in.
actually, when I first came over here and we first started, while the station was new, the guy that I was doing the show with, he was working at KTSA and just was moving down the hall over here. And the producers were also already a part of it. So I was kind of the new guy on that team.
Yeah. And you did exactly what I'm doing right now.
What's that?
It worked, these long days.
We only had one show. So yeah.
Must have been nice.
Kind of goes.
Must have been nice.
Goes with that. Yeah. I'm hearing the Blitz. Your show in Houston was called the Blitz.
It was.
Is it a little weird?
It's a little weird. Yeah, like when I'm reading the liners in the morning, it's like, tune into the Blitz this afternoon. Wait, that's not even me. Like, yeah. It's weird. Yeah. Doing mornings is weird. A lot of this is weird. I'm in a new town, new time slot. The afternoon show has my old show's name.
Yeah,
it's pretty weird.
It goes with it. Although you're 2 weeks in, are you developing a routine in the morning, or because you're still kind of in limbo on your living situation? You've got a place, but it's not yours, but you are going to soon move into your place.
Yeah, but although I'm going to move all my crap into my apartment and then still sleep in New Braunfels until I get my bed and stuff down here from Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, but the thing about my current living situation is it's fancier than I'm comfortable with. Like it's the stuff is too nice. And normally you'd think, oh, wow, I'm staying in a really nice house. It's too nice. Like,
all right, you got to explain a little bit there.
I couldn't let my kids come stay with me there because this is one of those houses that it looks like kids have never been in.
Okay.
But
this isn't like an Airbnb.
No, it's my aunt's house.
Okay, so you're staying with your aunt who's not currently there.
She's not there because they they do their summers in Rhode Island.
So you've got a rich aunt who lives in New Braunfels.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, the house is awesome. Great location. I can walk to all the cool downtown restaurants and bars. It's like
Nice.
a real. Of course, it rains almost every day.
Yeah, that's new for us.
But it's a very great setup. It's not too far from work. On Fridays, it's awesome because, like, I guess all the construction guys, the construction union takes the day off on Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I cruised right in. But yeah, it's hard to get comfortable. Like you want to just throw some stuff around, and I mean, she's not going to be back anytime soon. I probably could, but it's just like, do I mess with this? I don't know.
So basically, you got a little area, and you've just been camping
I
out
stay
there.
in one room. I go from bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen are the only things I use. Period. So, and the back porch. Just for late night snacks, I'll go sit out on the back porch.
Late night snacks.
Yep.
Gotcha.
You know how it is.
Sure. You don't want to snack in the bedroom.
No, there's no snacking in the house. I was told.
No snacking in the house.
No.
You can't you can't do that. And you're in a hurry to get out of that situation.
I'm not in a hurry to get out of it. My kids are coming down.
Uh-huh.
And it's not an option to put them in that situation. Like I don't trust them in that house. They'll mess something up. So
no, they're old enough to not break everything. I mean, it's not like you got 3-year-olds.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't trust them.
What are they, 12 and 16?
Yeah.
17, 16?
16.
Yeah.
But that'll be good. I'll
So you'd rather take them and put them in an apartment?
Yeah. Yeah. Because that apartment will be my apartment. If they mess it up, I'll deal with it.
Sure.
But there's nothing going to be in that apartment that I can't afford to replace.
I got you.
You know what I mean?
I got
One of those things.
I'm gonna go down an area that in your living situation that I just find interesting.
Okay.
There's no Wi-Fi in this house.
Oh, it's brutal.
Because your aunt turned it off.
Yeah.
While they went to go summer.
She's going to be gone for 6 months.
Why would somebody do that?
I don't know.
Have you asked?
No, and she offered to turn it back on, but I was like, I'm trying to get out of here anyway. I don't want to turn it on and then be gone in a week. Like, it's a 3-week thing. Can I live without Wi-Fi for 3 weeks? My iPad has service.
Okay.
So I can, I've been watching TV, been watching basketball games, whatever I need to watch.
So she left the cable on?
No.
Oh.
She's got YouTube TV.
Oh, and no Wi-Fi.
But if you've got YouTube TV and you don't have Wi-Fi, it's useless. But my iPad is on my AT&T plan. So I'm using that for everything. That's my source of entertainment.
Here's an iPad.
An iPad.
You're in this house with all these big TVs that don't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird.
There are things that I hear like that and I go, why? Like if you can afford a second home and you're going to go there, to go through the trouble,
it seems like a lot
to turn things off to save a couple of bucks.
It does seem like a lot because you're going to turn it on, and I would forget to. And she is going to forget because here's what she said: I don't know if I turned it off or not.
Oh,
I mean, if you don't know if you turned it off or not, I would have just not turned it off. But I've been living rent free for 2.5 weeks now. It's hard to complain.
Yeah, true. Although you could probably get Greg Shelton, grumpy ass Greg Shelton, and borrow a router from here, put Wi-Fi in the house.
I thought you were going to suggest I just stay with Greg Shelton.
I wouldn't suggest that to anybody.
Okay, yeah.
I could suggest it to a lot of people. Greg wouldn't let you in.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't like me very much.
He doesn't like anybody very much.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if Greg actually has friends.
I ask him for things, and it's his job to do some of these things, but you would act like I asked him to bury a body in the desert for me.
You did. You did. I mean, but Shelton is one, he goes on vacation and goes out to West Texas and takes pictures of cactus. I mean, his vacations are alone and as far away from people as he could be.
You know what I'm going to do for him? When I'm driving from Vegas back to San Antonio in a couple weeks, I'm going to stop off in West Texas and take some cactus pictures for him and just be like, hey, man, I hear you're into this.
Mm-hmm.
And I, gas is high. I don't want you to have to drive all the way out there. So this way, like, if you were going to go take a picture of some cactus, I got you already. So
I don't know that he would appreciate that.
And I can bank that in the old favor bank.
Oh.
And so next time I ask him to fix something for me, I won't get grumbled at.
You'll still get
told
grumbled
that
at.
I'm a pain in the ass and I'm a diva and blah blah blah.
But those are all true.
Yeah, but he would at least maybe keep it to himself.
No.
Oh.
No, I mean, you haven't figured out everybody here yet. You have figured out Greg Shelton first.
Yeah, I've got him.
I mean,
pegged.
you'll learn James Pledger.
Yeah.
You'll learn Rob, you'll learn me, you'll learn Edwin. Although hell, I've worked with Edwin for like 3 years. I haven't figured him out yet either.
Yeah.
No idea.
Charles said use the hotspot from your tablet, and I could. That's an option, but the thing is, like I said, I'm comfortable in a part of the house in the bedroom, and I can just lay in bed and watch TV on my iPad. If I go to the living room and watch TV, it's on one of those couches that like it looks like you're not allowed to sit on. It's one of those types of couches. Like it's certainly not a couch that you can like open up a bag of chips and lay there and eat them on the couch. It's not one of those couches. It's one of
Really?
those couches that would be like it's probably like it cost as much as someone's car.
Did you know that?
I'd never been to her house before.
Okay, so it was like, hey, Aunt, I
knew that
moving to San Antonio. Can I crash with you until I find my own place?
Yeah, so I've never been in this house before I got there, but I knew that she was a fancy lady.
Okay.
But I didn't know to what extent it was going to be, and I think her financial situation, which was always solid, was upgraded with this marriage to a point where it's like,
so she married well.
I mean, she married a guy who has a house in Rhode Island that he does the summers at. So, yeah, I'd say so. He's got model boats. So only rich dudes have model boats.
Model boats?
In his study, there's model boats.
What kind of, like sailboats?
Sailboats, yeah.
Or do they go sailing?
I don't think he like puts them in the bathtub. I think like they're just
no, but like they're in Rhode Island.
Oh yeah, they're sailing up there.
So do they have a sailboat?
Yeah. He's a boat guy.
He's a boat guy.
Yeah. You see what I'm dealing with now?
Yeah. It's
I'm like a, I probably feel a lot like Scotty Scheffler feels hanging out with all these rich white folk. It looked like, a thug, a lowlife.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm put into the mix with all these guys who are,
all the neighbors have come just to make
rich
sure you're
and famous.
safe.
The neighbor did bring me some pumpkin muffins.
Pumpkin muffins.
Yeah, like pumpkin spice muffins with a little.
And they called
drizzle.
Durant, Rhode Island, to make sure, like, hey, there's a guy staying at your place, right?
Yeah, there's a guy snacking on the back patio at 11 o'clock at night.
But
what's
in
up
New
with that?
Braunfels, that's allowed. A lot of people will see that you're snacking, come over and have a snack with you.
Not these neighbors.
Really?
Yeah.
So you got to get out to Lake McQueenie for that.
Yeah.
You go out to Lake McQueenie and it's community snacking.
Yeah. I don't think this neighborhood is like for people under 50. So I'm like the youngest person I've seen.
You're close.
I'm not really that close.
You're close.
I mean, what's close?
I mean,
you're probably closer to 60 than I am to 50.
That would be wrong. I'm 51.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I mean,
not by much then.
I'm 51. Yeah.
You're closer to being a senior citizen than I am to 50.
That's true.
That's
true.
It's not really
I mean,
close.
what are you, 44, right?
43.
Oh, 43. All right.
Yeah.
We're still close.
I just look really old.
Well, that's true.
That's the thing.
And in 6 months of doing mornings, you're going to look even older.
That's probably true. My beard wasn't gray when I moved to Vegas, and I was out there for 3 years. So life comes at you fast.
Wow.
Yeah. Life comes at you fast.
And Vegas for 3 years.
Yeah.
Living out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could do that.
Well, it's not like I was, I wasn't living in the Cosmo and like going out and raging all night every night.
When you first get to Vegas and you move there, was it lots of I'm going to the Strip and I'm doing this? Because I could see after a couple of weeks, all right, I'm going to find neighborhood spots. Or did you have to control yourself from like, I can only go there on Saturdays.
So basically, like my entire radio career, I've gone to Vegas. I would say on average 6 times a year.
Okay.
Sometimes it would be like 15 or 20 times a year. So it was I was so used to Vegas before I even moved there that it wasn't like, ooh, new and shiny. Like I knew I don't play blackjack on the strip unless I'm entertaining people and they want to go down to the strip. Like, because you can't get 3-2 blackjack on the strip. So you got to go down to like some of the locals casinos. You either go to South Point or like a Green Valley Ranch or something off strip where they've got better pricing for you. I go to the strip for a good meal. That's about what it is. Like the best restaurants are still on the strip, so that's what I go for. Or I go to put money in and out of Caesars. That's like the sportsbook account or the MGM accounts. Like that's I don't spend a lot of time down on the strip, and if you're not on the strip, it feels like every other town in the world.
True, I could see that.
Yeah.
Although as often as I go to Vegas, man, land and the sprint is on for the weekend
because you're only going for a short time.
Yeah.
You know,
and what's worse is, we never let our daughter go to Vegas till she turned 21.
Mm-hmm.
And her 21st birthday, we took her and a bunch of friends to Vegas, which was a great idea until you realize you're just herding cats. But it was a lot of fun.
They're not your problem anymore. They're grown-ups. Let them go.
Yeah. Well, and now she lives in Phoenix, and they drive up. She's in Vegas this weekend. She's,
What's she doing up there? Coke?
Who the hell? Not Coke. She's not into that, but other stuff.
Mushrooms?
Just weed.
Really?
Well, she works for a dispensary in Phoenix doing their social media marketing.
Okay. Well, I mean, so weed, yes.
And so
she likes to snack, is what you're saying.
But she's in Vegas this weekend.
Okay.
It's just kind of
Does she gamble, or is she just up there partying?
Partying. She'll gamble some. There's a big music festival that she's at. She's got the concert gene that I have.
Oh, she's at EDC.
Yes.
But she only likes weed. I got news for you.
Nah, I know my kid, and she would tell us. I know my kid.
Okay.
I know my kid.
No hallucinogens.
No, she doesn't like them.
No ecstasy.
Nope, she doesn't like them.
Okay.
In fact, her social work degree is to help those that OD at situations like that, and to try to keep people off of that, or how when they mess up, what they're doing. Not her thing.
What's your daughter's attire this week?
Respectable, because I've gone to.
You've been in Vegas. You've been to the festival, or
not this festival, but
okay. Have you been in Vegas when this festival is happening?
No, but I've seen pictures, and she used to she might still do it. There's a website called EDM Maniacs, and she writes reviews, go into these things, and you see some of those pictures, like what the hell's going on?
I've never been to EDC, but I've been in Vegas when EDC was happening.
Oh yeah,
it's like I'm talking like I was there for a fight when EDC was going on, so I was in the midst of all the people who were there for it. And there's a lot of girls who wear panties, pasties, and some sort of animal ears.
Yeah,
that's the official costume of EDC.
Yeah, that's not my kid.
They'll usually be like different colored daisy pasties.
I've seen it all.
Or fox
but I know
pasties.
what. But because she posts stuff, and so it's like, all right, you're good.
Okay, you've checked in.
Yeah, she wears a lot of times. I mean, shorts, and Excision, who's a DJ, has like a baseball jersey. That's typically what she wears.
Okay. Would you be upset she was out there wearing pasties?
A little bit, but she's not. She doesn't have the upper chest to pull that off. If you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't pass that gene down.
She's got boobs like me. Yeah, they're. So no, you don't worry about that as much. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, those girls are usually the ones that are most confident not wearing a bra.
No.
Like that seems like right. Like girls with big ones don't want to wear, like they've got to wear a bra. They need the support.
Yeah, well, sure. But yeah, no, I think she's a little bit more
conservative.
Yeah, well, because she doesn't have anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
She has nipples, right?
Well, of course, I would think. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen her without a shirt on. She was
So-
like 2 last time I gave her a bath.
So if she walked around topless, she would still need pasties.
She wouldn't go topless.
You're 100% certain.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
she would never do hallucinogen.
No.
Okay.
I want to say never. I don't think she would now. Not saying she hasn't tried like most
Okay.
college kids.
Okay, yeah. Experiment.
Yeah.
But
Like other
now
kids.
she's
Like, well, it's like when we were sending her to
She's a
college, we taught her how to drink.
and now she's a responsible adult going to EDC.
Yeah.
Which most responsible adults go there.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Part of the deal. Nuts, isn't it? It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. If you're going to fire up the grill this weekend, before you do, make sure you get into Tri-County Meat Market because you know that great meal starts with great meat. And Tri-County has everything you need to up your grilling game. Beef, chicken, pork, fajitas, poppers. If you're looking at beef ribs, pork ribs, you want to do a great steak this weekend, tri-tip picanha. Tri-County has what you need with the quality you expect. You can always take advantage of their Pick 5 for $25. They always offer a 10% discount for military and first responders. 2 great locations on Ralph Fair Road and on Heebner or online at tricountymeat.com.
San Antonio Sports Star.
The wait is finally over. Childish Gambino, the New World Tour, with special guest Willow. September 10th, Moody Center. Childish Gambino. Tickets on sale now at thenewworldtour.com. A night unlike any other. Childish Gambino, live.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Call 800-290-6207 now and save $300 on any plan and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free. Call 800-290-6207.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you're looking for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance, we're Term Provider, experts in finding affordable term life insurance for those that may not be in perfect health. Prostate cancer, heart conditions, high cholesterol, or on prescription medications, you may still qualify for $500,000 to $1 million or more of affordable term life insurance. Call Term Provider at 800-337-4168. 800-337-4168.
Hi, my name's Jason Thompson. I've lived in San Antonio for more than 50 years. Went to grade school, high school, and graduated from law school right here. San Antonians have trusted me as their attorney after serious injury and fatality collisions since 1994. My website is alawyerforus.com. Why a lawyer for us? Well, after several years of practice, I will solely to defend against auto claims. Today, there are very few insurance companies that do not have their own captive law firm filled with attorneys whose job is to minimize what the insurance company has to pay on an auto claim. If you or a family member is injured in a traffic collision, you will need your own attorney. Just remember alawyerforus.com. For many lawyers you see on billboards, your case will be handled by a non-lawyer or a staff lawyer. If you call me, Jason Thompson, I will be the lawyer you speak with. The initial consultation is always free. If you or a family member needs an experienced attorney, an attorney you can trust, I want you to call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 900-0400. That's 210-900-0400 or alawyerforus.com.
Have you gotten your hands on Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB yet? Southern Recipe small batch offers big, bold flavors like hot honey, spicy dill, and sea salt and cracked black pepper. Bonus, you're going to love the low-carb, high-protein crunch. Turn snack time from ordinary to extraordinary with flavorful pork rinds. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB today.
This is Andy Monaco, and you're listening to the home of the Aggies, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Ryan Eagles off today. A.J. Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out on a Friday afternoon. I'm Jason Minix. What are you doing to the microphone over there? Are you going to break stuff
Rob
again?
broke this one, and I don't think it's quite
What do you
fully
mean
recovered.
Rob broke that one?
This is the microphone Rob sits at. He broke it.
Okay. You saw him break it?
Yeah.
Or
Oh, yeah.
did he try to blame Reinagel?
No.
Okay.
I think he accepted that he broke it, and he told Shelton, and I'm sure it's on his list of things to do.
It'll get done next year.
Yeah, eventually.
Next year, maybe.
Yeah. Ish.
But the way you wrestle the microphone, no wonder it's been breaking.
I know. I needed it at a certain place. That's all.
Okay. But, you could just slide it over. I mean,
No,
the...
I can't because it's broken.
It doesn't just slide over?
Does it? You tell me. You tell me, Jason. Does it?
So just kind of over
It's
to
like
the
a
right.
slider. Like it
Yeah,
slides, but it's got
yeah.
a lot of drop in it too when it slides.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to drop the way that it did.
Yeah. It's a
Mhm.
breaking ball.
Mhm. At some point, do you just adjust your chair just to lower your chair?
This chair sucks too.
to
Like,
reach the.
this whole side of the table is a mess. I'm not comfortable over here. It's no good here. My normal side, your side is the good side.
Well, I mean, I'll take full.
Especially now that I fixed that microphone.
Well, you didn't fix it.
I got it fixed.
You might have got. Well, is it really fixed?
Yeah.
No.
It hasn't fallen off since the job got done.
It damn near did the other day.
Nah.
Yeah, it really did.
If it's not going to fall off when I'm messing with it, it shouldn't fall off with you unless you're doing it on purpose.
No,
You're trying to,
the other day,
you're trying
like
to set me up for a fool.
Right at 2:00, I grabbed the microphone to bring it over and pulled it out, and we had to put it back in. So, like if you had one more segment that day, I want to say maybe Wednesday, it wouldn't have survived the way you wrestle the microphones. But I have noticed I come in every day and I just tighten it up.
Jay said, I need someone to believe in me like Jason believes in his daughter.
Yeah. We all need that.
We all need that.
I mean, look, when your kid's 25, at some point they're an adult. And, I have a relationship.
At this point.
Yeah, I have a relationship with my kid. I don't think she lies to me.
Have you ever asked her?
About, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. About recreational drug use?
Absolutely. Well, and like I said, when she graduated high school, that summer before she went to college, I taught her how to drink.
Mm-hmm.
How do you mix drinks? How do you try this, try that? I didn't want her to get to college and go from there. Now, granted, that said, in high school, the rule was you're not allowed to drink, but also I'm not stupid. So if you're at a party and you're drinking, you call me, we'll come get you. No questions asked. Nobody's going to get in trouble.
That doesn't sound like you're not allowed to.
Well, again, you're not allowed to.
If no one gets in trouble.
But I'm not dumb. I would rather you call me and I'll come get you than a bunch of kids driving drunk.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the rule. The first time she called and her and her friend Michaela, they were at this party. And so, we close out our tab at the Rue Pub and we go and get her. And it was like, what'd you have? It's like, well, I had a shot of this and I tried to drink a beer and it wasn't very good. And I'm looking like,
So she couldn't drive after one shot and a sip of beer?
and she wasn't going to risk it.
Your daughter's a square.
She wasn't going to risk it. Remember when she got to college, she was like, Dad, we're at this party and they're making this trash can punch and it doesn't. I'm like, don't drink anything like that.
Don't drink things out of trash cans.
Yeah.
That's good life advice.
Yeah, but they weren't mixing the drinks well either. Like half a bottle of vodka into half of like a Gatorade. I'm like, dude, no, you can't do that.
It's not healthy.
Not at all.
Sounds like you grew her up right though.
Try.
It's worked out.
Just be honest with your kids.
I think you should maybe revisit the whole hallucinogen conversation. Girls who rave generally they like more than just pot.
What I know with my kid is she always likes to be in control of where she's at and what she's doing. And a lot of times she's the friend that ends up taking care of all the friends that she's
Gotcha. She's
that
the mother hen.
She's that person.
Okay.
And always has been. She's that person. So yeah, so I'm not overly worried about it. And again, at 25, go do you.
Yeah, live your life.
12, different story.
For sure.
16, different story.
Well, my kid's on pace to be. He's 16. He works at a bar, so he's on pace to be a disaster.
Already at a bar at 16?
It's his first job.
Is that legal in Vegas? I guess.
I got him the job.
Oh, is he actually working there, or is it under the table?
No, he works there, but
like bar backing.
It's like they call him a porter, which I don't know what that really means. But there's a food truck there. He works the food truck. He makes burgers, smash burgers, but he does everything in the bar except handle alcohol. So he busses tables. He he does dishes, does whatever they need him to do, just doesn't serve alcohol. But he is 16.
How many times has he come home from work with a couple of drinks?
None that we've caught. So
that
that's the
you've
other
caught.
thing.
See?
Yeah.
Are you checking? Are you?
I'm sure it's going to happen eventually. It's not going to happen when he's at work. It's much more likely to happen when he's with his friends. But also, there's a lot of booze at my house. If he was going to, but
yeah,
he also knows that I don't keep cheap booze, so I would notice if some of my booze went missing. And you've seen the kind of beer that I drink. Yeah. He's not going to want to. He's not going to want.
If he tries that, he'll never drink beer forever. You might give him that one and be like, here's some motor oil, son. Actually, if you switched out and just, went to like O'Reilly's and got some motor oil and poured it in, like, here's my beer, here's yours. Drink the motor oil. He'll never drink again.
But he also, my son's of the age where he'll definitely lie to me because, he's a 16-year-old boy.
I always wanted a boy. When my wife was pregnant, people, don't you just want a healthy? Yep, I want 21 appendages, 10 fingers, 10 toes in them.
Yeah.
And then I think about what a crappy kid I was.
Oh my God.
The things that I used to do. Thank God there wasn't social media.
Yeah.
There's a reason I joined the Navy 11 days after graduation as opposed to going to college. I would not have survived college at that point. And then you get a daughter and, you're scared but
because she's eventually going to meet someone with 21 appendages.
Yes.
And that's the worst thing.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, and then you realize you've got a son, you worry about one. When you've got a daughter, you worry about them all, if you know what I mean. And yeah, good stuff. Parenting advice from AJ Hoffman and Jason Minix.
The new segment.
Yeah, good Lord. A bad one at that. Oh, she's a good kid. I'm just ready for her to be off the payroll.
How's she not?
She's still in school. She's working on her second master's degree.
Oh my! To me, listen.
See, that's the difference. Son, yeah, you're done.
Master's
Daughters,
degree.
Yeah, it's a little bit different.
You're on the payroll until you get your bachelor's. Then it's time to get out of the nest, honey. You want to do a master's? That's on your own dime.
There's her second one.
Yeah.
Second one.
You get one. It's like, hey, how about a job?
She
works. She works at the weed store.
Well,
like a job that her degree would.
Well, she works at a radio station in Phoenix. She works at the dispensary, but it's social media, so she doesn't go there much. She just does their social media, and then her internship, which is called it's Arizona Child. I don't know what it is, but working with troubled kids for the social work degree. And that's using up a lot of her time now, which is cutting her hours at the radio station and everywhere else.
Man, this must be really cutting back on your travel to places like Iowa.
Not at all.
No, you're still doing that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Must be nice. I gotta start making that Minix money around here.
Yeah. Good luck with that, man.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Let's get somebody else qualified. Our final qualifier for those 3-day ACL Music Festival wristbands. We've got some trivia, fairly easy one for the last one, I think. So grab a phone line now, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Monday on the Huddle, we find out if the cop beater won the PGA Championship. The NBA playoffs continue. Who's playing in the next round? We'll know by then. Lots of fights, too. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you on Monday. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Boy, we have had a bunch of storms roll through San Antonio and South Texas this year, and they're not done. That's just springtime where we live. So it's important that you have the name and number of a quality roofer. I want to suggest Stevens Roofing. They are the best in the business. In fact, they're the one name in roofing that stands high above the rest. Quality roof overhead by Stevens Roofing means comfort, it means confidence, and it certainly means peace of mind, protection for all the things that you love. Hey, if you're in the market for repairs, a replacement roof, or an upgrade, or if you just want to get your roof inspected to make sure that it's okay, you want to work with that experienced team that brings local roots, value, and a vast knowledge of the craft to every job. That is Stevens Roofing. Give them a call, 210-785-0994, or you can get them online at stevensroofing.net. Keep that number handy. Don't fall for that fly-by-night company that's going to give you a call. Call Stevens Roofing, 210-785-0994.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
With a true Vegas feel, the Big Blind is the premier poker room in San Antonio, featuring an upscale environment catering to players from all abilities. From high-octane tournaments or lively cash games, the Big Blind has a game for everyone, including blackjack tournaments. From the owners of the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant, the Big Blind is locally owned and operated, offering daily cash games to daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments. Learn more online at thebigblindsa.com. The Big Blind at 281 and Redland Road.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hi, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney here in San Antonio representing people and families who've been injured in traffic collisions since 1994. The reason it's important to call me as soon as possible is the number of tricks and mistakes you can make, even up to talking to insurance companies, which I'm going to tell you not to do. And also some of the billing practices at our local hospitals. And over the last year, I've seen more and more of this, where hospitals are asking patients to assign benefits they do not have to assign, all in an effort to get more money to the hospital than they would receive if all you used was your health insurance. When you call, I will give you your options. We'll talk about your case. And all of that is free of charge. If you or a family member has been injured in a traffic accident, whether car, commercial truck, motorcycle, I want you to call me as soon as possible after the collision. My number, 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400. Or go to my website at alawyerforus.com.
Okay, it's here. Everyone stay calm. It's Kohl's lowest prices of the season. And when I say low, I mean low. I got my kids jumping bean tees for $3.99. Treated myself to some cute tees and tank tops under $5. And got great finds for our patio, 50% off. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash on all of it. Sounds too good to be true? Well, I guess you'll have to go to Kohl's and find out for yourself. Select styles. Offers end May 15th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Flo here from Progressive to tell you how you get more than great savings with us. You get customer service access through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
That's a lot of ways I can get in touch with you. I see what's going on here. You can't name favorites, but I'm your #1 customer.
Actually, we offer all our customers these ways to contact us.
I'm sure you give just any customer your personal
company
contact info.
Well, you did call us more than any other customer this year. So in that sense, you are our #1 customer.
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is Andrew Monaco, and the Aggies play here. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, San Antonio Sports Star. Ryan Engel's got the day off. I'm Jason Minix. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle hanging out on a Friday afternoon. He's got nothing else to do except talk to you.
That's it, baby.
That's it. And
I got some leftover pizza in the fridge. I'm going to go home and eat.
Leftover pizza?
Uh-huh.
Like good pizza or?
Yeah, good pizza. Went and had a couple beers last night. And
where'd you go?
A Pint House Pizza in Austin.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Pint House Pizza in Austin.
Yeah, it's a beer spot. Well, I'm in New Braunfels, so it's not like driving from San Antonio to Austin.
Sure.
It's just but just brought some home, and now I've got good dinner. I don't have a wife to cook for me, so I do have one, but not to cook for me.
Yeah, not here.
Yeah, not here.
Not here. Not anytime soon, right?
Not anytime soon.
Memorial Day weekend can't get here fast enough.
No, home cooked meal. My mom made a bunch of food for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I first got here, and that's been sustaining me. But yeah, I'm ready to get home and have some nice home cooked wife food. It'll be a change up.
Yes.
I don't even have a grill here, so it's like it's hard times right now. Hard times for old AJ. But luckily, I only eat one meal a day. So
that's the part that I can't. One meal a day.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason you had to get fat surgery.
Yeah.
You were eating 5 meals a day.
Yeah.
If you'd done one,
I'd still be fat because I'd eat so much at one time. Exactly.
But you could still eat jalapenos.
Let's get somebody qualified. Our final qualifier here for the ACL 3-day music festival wristbands. If you don't win them, or as AJ says, if you're a loser, you can buy them at aclfest.com. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. I'm looking at my list of questions. I forgot which one we're going to ask here. This one should be fairly easy or not. And we're going to go rapid fire so you can't Google. 210-656-3776. Frank, you're on the Blitz. What year did the first ACL festival take place?
1985.
That would be incorrect. Norma, you're on the Blitz. What year did the first ACL festival take place?
2005.
5. Nope. Close. Hey, James, you're on the Blitz. What's your guess?
74, I guess. 1974.
1974.
No.
Not even close. Hey, John, you're on the Blitz. What's your guess?
2003.
You are very close, but nope.
Not quite there.
Not quite there. Good guess. All right, Edwin's got to get some more people listed up there. When you go rapid fire.
Just throw them on. Throw their name. Throw them on. You can ask their name later.
Well, we had a guy earlier that kind of screwed that up for everybody.
That's true.
You know. Plus, Edwin.
Well, I mean, listen, if a guy cusses, it doesn't matter if we know his name or not, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Alex, you're on the Blitz. What's your guess?
1982.
1982 would be way wrong.
It's like when someone said 2005, you said you're close.
Yes.
And then someone said 2003, and you said you're very close. And then people guessed 1964.
Exactly.
Like, what are we doing here?
Exactly. I think it's Matt. Matt, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man? Matt. Yeah, that was quick. All right, let's see.
Oh, I think you dropped off the wrong guy. That's what happened.
That goes that.
Hello?
Yeah, Matt, what's up? Yep, what's your guess?
Hey, it was 2002.
2002.
What a guy.
Did you Google that, or did AJ give it to you?
It's all AJ. I credit it all to him.
You credit all to AJ.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Thank you, AJ.
All right.
Bonus question. What's AJ's last name?
Oh, wow. Can I make something up?
Well,
Google it.
No, I mean, what is AJ's last name, and what is the name of the show he hosts on this very radio station?
Oh man, you got me. I don't know.
Wow, people just don't know our show exists.
94.1 though.
All right, 94.1. That's a good start.
So, all right, Matt, hang on. Edwin's going to get some information from you.
I got to tell Edwin, tell him about our show.
Yes. AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle. That might be a question next week when we do this.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Like, who's the new guy on the Morning Huddle?
Exactly.
It'd probably take about that many calls for someone to
Nothing like a blow to the ego.
Caller number 11.
Yes.
Do you know?
Like I said your name not 5 minutes ago.
JJ Hoffman.
Yeah. Exactly. And his brother AJ.
Whatever.
The morning cuddle.
And his other brother Daryl.
6 to 10.
Right here.
In the morning.
94.1.
San Antonio Sports Star. All right,
Let's
so
go.
here's the deal. We're working overtime today. We're
Yes,
going
we are.
until 6:30. And so in the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to spin the wheel, if you will, with all the winners' names on there.
Yep.
The random selector.
So here's what I did on the morning show. I spun
It's called the morning huddle.
Okay. On the morning huddle.
Yeah.
I spun it 3 times because I wanted to show that it was random. And I said, hey, the first 2 times you're not the winner. The third spin is the winner.
Oh, wow.
And people didn't like that.
That seems like a D-bag move.
Yeah, because it was
Unless, of course, you didn't win the first time.
The person who won the first and the second time, I'm sure they didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't, like, if your name doesn't get selected the first time, you're thinking, oh, I still got a chance, right?
Yeah.
So I think this time I'm just going to spin it once because I also wanted to prove that it is actually random. So, it was a different winner every time. There's no shenanigans.
Well, that's it. Well, my idea originally, until I realized we could do the random selector thing, which I didn't know we could input our own names, right? So like normally it's like a number or something. I was going to call our promotions guy, have him put every name in a hat and have his 4-year-old pick one out.
I mean, I think this will be just as random.
It will be just as random
without having to involve child labor.
I don't mind child labor. I just look at it. I always hate, and I don't know if you're this way, when you're like on location, you're doing an event, people have registered, you're on a stage, you've got a microphone, and you reach in and you pull a name out. I hate doing that.
I hate that too.
I hate that. I'll always find somebody else at the bar to come pull the name out. I'll read the name, but I don't want to.
You don't want to be held responsible.
Well, that, or what if a buddy of yours, you pull out his name, or
that's why I just don't have buddies.
One of the many reasons, I'm guessing.
You're a buddy guy. I don't have buddies.
I'm guessing. Going from there, wonder what Scotty Scheffler's buddies are saying to him today. I thought it was interesting watching
his cellmate was named Buddy, and they're FaceTiming right now and saying dirty things to each other. I bet
they very well might be. I mean, and the jokes are just all over the place. The mugshot memes, or the meme of the prison tray with food that'll be next year's Masters dinner. you just wonder how much fun Scotty Scheffler or those golfers today and this weekend are going to have with him. Now, when he got to the course today, we walked up and went straight over to the practice area, and nobody said anything to him. Although everybody looked, he made it.
Yeah.
But you just wonder how much ball busting there's going to be with his buddies, either at the tournament or when he gets home back to Dallas.
I imagine his buddies are going to bust his balls.
You have to.
But if he wins, now it's real easy to do it. It's like, yeah, what'd you pick up? What'd you pick up in the joint? What was it? What kind of, who was teaching you in there? But yeah, if today would have been a total disaster, it probably wouldn't have been something that he wanted to joke about. But the fact that he played so well, I think he'll be more open to some good fun.
Well, and how does it ultimately
he does
play
still
out?
have pending charges.
Yeah, well,
and Rob looked it up today. Assault on a peace officer is 5 to 10 years if found guilty. 5 to 10. Now, when you factor in that he's white, you're probably looking at 2 hours. Oh, and they're going to say time served.
Maybe. I mean, does he have to buy the cop a new $80 pair of pants?
I think he should. I think he should do that preemptively. It's like the college football coaches that self-impose bans. Like, no, I know. Listen. I know the season has started out where we're 3-8, but I'm going to self-impose a postseason ban on us.
Yes,
we are not playing in a bowl game because we've done something wrong.
Well, and I mean, just by now, I would imagine it's 5:48. Everybody is seeing all the videos. A lot of us woke up to it, unless, of course, you're hosting a morning show. Then you actually had breaking news during the morning show, which is a rare occurrence, right? But just the idea of how does something like that happen? And quite honestly, I can see it. I could see both sides. You've been in this situation, I'm sure, with the media credential where you're going to an event. big game, traffic's going one way, your parking is in a different area, your credential says you can go that way, and a cop is trying to wave you through and or stop you, and you're trying to say, no, I'm going over there, here's my credential.
Do you know who I am?
He said he never dropped that.
He's lying.
He said he never dropped. Well,
He's lying.
I don't think he is, because
He
the
also
cops
said-
asked Jeff Darlington, hey, who is that guy? Oh, it's the number one golfer in the world.
He also said I did everything the cops asked me to do. That was clearly false. Otherwise, that officer wouldn't have ripped pants.
Well, he did everything except for one officer, because apparently there was some confusion on what he was allowed to do.
But once you don't comply, I mean, consequences are fair, right?
I mean, if you listen to his attorney, I think his name is Steve Romines. His attorney tried to explain sort of maybe what happened.
Apparently there had been a traffic accident or maybe even a fatality down the road, and that had changed the traffic patterns, and he was unaware of that. And, you know, I think the officer that was directing traffic was maybe not part of the event traffic detail, and so that's where the miscommunication arose, and that's why we're here.
You know why this guy sucks as a lawyer? I mean, it's great he was able to get him out in 2 hours, but he does, like, you want to sound like you know what was happening if you're the lawyer, but he's like, apparently there was some kind of accident and maybe even a fatality, like,
which we already
everybody
knew.
knows that, and he's
Yes.
acting like, I'm not real sure. I think maybe someone died. Like, speak with some confidence. And then he's like, well, and the officer, I'm not sure, but I think that he was maybe doing a different traffic thing, and there was some cute confusion. Like, how about you be sure? Don't say maybe, or I think there was maybe some mix-up. Like, just say what happened.
I don't know if he knew what happened.
Then don't talk to the media.
Well, but again, dude, I'm going to be on TV today.
I don't want my lawyer talking to the media unless he knows what's going on.
Well, I'm with you there, but you know, I think his confusion kind of lends to the confusion that's there, because it was a detective.
Yeah, but there was no
directing
confusion about
traffic.
if there was an accident or someone died.
True.
We all knew that. Like, why pretend like you're not sure? Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. And traffic patterns change. I could totally see Scotty
Traffic
Scheffler's
patterns
side.
never let you drive off in the shoulder around other vehicles to pass them.
Well, if you're a number one golfer with a pass to get into that gate, why am I sitting behind a bus?
Because that bus has the same pass you do.
But Scheffler doesn't know that bus didn't have a driver in it. Like I said, I could see where Scotty, up until the cop said whatever he said, and you decided to drive off with the cop attached to your car. At that point, Scotty, you're screwed. And he's going to get a massive fine, I would imagine.
And especially because the cop got embarrassed. You rip your pants beyond repair. That's embarrassing.
And you write that in the police report.
Yeah. I read the police report that he was wearing whitey tighties, and it was like a very very old pair. Like, you know how your mom
skid
says
marks because apparently he got drugged 20 yards.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that was the most detailed police report that I've ever seen.
Very embarrassing for the officer. So he's not going to drop charges. He's looking for the full 10. He's going to stand in front and say, Judge, Your Honor, I request that we give him the harshest sentence, 10 years for assaulting me.
Yes, and we're going to suspend that sentence, and he's going to make a wonderful donation to one of the police charities. And
well, it's not going to matter to this cop because he's getting fired tomorrow.
you kind of wonder, like now this is a detective, right? And the fact that they released like his mugshot, although it's more like his, not a mugshot, but his what do you call it? His headshot, right? It's like, here he is, he's a detective, and his pants are valued at $80, and they're ripped beyond repair.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the city of Louisville not reimburse officers for torn uniforms?
You would think so.
Does any city, if like you buy your uniforms? Why am I getting an echo? We got an echo somewhere.
I know, I'm
You
hearing
getting
that too.
All right. Where's that coming from all of a sudden?
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
When you look at it and you think, and I don't know how it is with cops. Are your uniforms issued?
I would think so.
Or do you buy them? I mean, now there might be an allowance, but if
That's
you
what I
wanted
would guess. There's some sort of an
additional
allowance.
uniforms, Or if they get damaged while you're at work, does the city take care of that?
What is happening here?
I don't know.
I'm not getting anything.
Is that coming out of this computer?
Well, it might be, but it just started. Like we're 4 hours into the show, and all of a sudden there's noises coming out of your computer.
It's not that computer. It's something else. It's an unknown culprit. I don't think these computers even have sound. I blame Edwin. There you go. Oh, no, you didn't do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it still says 100.
Yeah, but it's muted.
Oh,
over
yeah,
there.
there's an X. You're
See,
right.
somehow Edwin turned that computer on over there.
Edwin, come on, man.
Edwin.
Been a long day.
Did you work this morning too?
Yeah.
The hell does Vic do?
He runs the board.
So it's been a long day. Like, you didn't mention Edwin. You showed up late today.
Not really.
What time did you show up?
4:40.
What time do
are
we
you
meet?
supposed to get here?
4:30.
Is that late or is that early or on time?
10 minutes late.
It's late.
That's late.
Okay.
What
First
time
time.
did Rob get here?
It's first time. You're right. Rob was here at 4:20 something.
So you guys have a meeting at 4:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
That's
when we start planning.
That's the meeting time.
Mhm.
And you got there at 4:40, and you felt like you weren't late.
Well, I came to the room at 4:40. I actually got in like at 4:35. I went to the restroom first.
What time does the meeting start?
4:30.
So you got to get there at 4:20 to go pee.
Did you come in with breakfast?
No.
No donuts, no burritos, nothing.
A lot of traffic.
There's no
Of
traffic. I mean,
I
there's
told you there's no
none.
traffic on Friday. Friday's the
No.
one day that you can't blame traffic. Every other day you can blame traffic. It's all good. But yeah, Friday, that's tough.
Well, guess what? Since you showed up late today, we get to work an extra 30 minutes. Congratulations.
Long day. My day was
Yes.
longer than yours, okay?
Yes.
I was here at 4:25. That's a long day. Don't tell me 4:40 is a long day.
Is that the earliest you've been here?
No. The first day Rob was late, and I think he was testing me.
Was he?
I think so.
Rob was late?
Yeah. He was like, is he going to be pissed off? How's he going to act? Because the first day you're gonna lean towards being early, if anything.
Sure.
And he showed up late, and I was just like, huh.
Wow.
That was a power move by him.
It really is.
He's trying to-
When you just got to get to the point, like, the meeting starts when I get here.
Well, the
It-
problem
it-
is, like, Edwin's already on a short lease because he missed 2 days this week. So it's like, you'd think if I only work, he's like Howard Stern. He only works 3 days a week. If you only work 3 days a week, like, maybe be on time. I don't know.
I don't know. I
I
mean,
used to work 7 days a week.
Okay. Listen.
I make up for showing up late by leaving early. What are you talking about? More scolding of Edwin, and we'll find
we'll announce a winner.
Yeah, coming up in the bonus half hour of the Blitz. Coming up here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I tell you all the time, nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it happens to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. Just ask Scotty Scheffler. Absolutely. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast like Scotty Scheffler fast, best way to do that. Call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential, and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149. Call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
Riding 1604 with the Blitz.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again.
Afternoons 2 to 6. KTFM Floresville. And everywhere at sasportstar.com.
Hey, it's Rob Thompson here for my favorite game app. It is Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Heck, I'm just one of 3 million active users. They're the easiest to play. They're the most exciting way to play your daily fantasy sports. And it's unlike other apps. On Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. You're a fantasy player. You know when it's more. You know when it's less. Up to 100 times your money according to how you play it. $1,000 on basketball, hockey, and college basketball entries. Today is the time to play. You can turn $10 into big money quick. The biggest moments in professional basketball are happening right now, and it's no fun unless you're playing. Go to Prize Picks right now and remember the code Alamo for your first deposit match of up to $100. That's the code Alamo. Prize Picks fantasy. You're playing already. Go win. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the code Alamo, and up to $100 deposit match is coming. Prize Picks. Pick more. Pick less. It's that easy.
Pork rinds pack a protein punch and are the boldest low-carb snacks out there. Skip the chip and try Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds for that ultimate crunch. And with flavors that will have you craving for more, the time to stock up on Southern Recipe at H-E-B is now. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you one of the nearly 10 million families that own a timeshare? Unfortunately, many families stuck in timeshares have learned the dark side of ownership, as their timeshare ends up being nothing like they were promised. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. If you were lied to when buying a timeshare, you're going to need help. I know this because I once worked as a timeshare salesman, but quit the business and made it my personal mission to help folks get rid of bad timeshares. That's why I put together a timeshare exit information kit to help you understand how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Over 30,000 families have trusted us to get rid of their timeshares. Many started out by simply calling us for the free information kit and are now timeshare free.
To get your free information kit, call Wesley Financial now. Call 800-837-1919. That's 800-837-1919. 800-837-1919.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
The San Antonio Missions continue their series tonight at the Wolf with the Corpus Christi Hooks. First pitch set for 7:05. The Texas Rangers, they take on the Angels tonight, a game you can listen to starting at 6:30 here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. The San Antonio Brahmas, they're back home after a 3-game road trip. They have Arlington in the Alamo Dome Sunday, kickoff at 3.
Joe Reinagle.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. 6:02. Pledgers in Birmingham, Alabama. So we're going another 30 minutes today.
What a guy. Team guy.
What's
he doing in Alabama?
He's got friends that live there.
Why?
Because that's where they live.
That's weird.
It really is. Of all places.
Yeah.
You ever been to Birmingham? AJ Hoffman, by the way, in for Reinagle.
I don't think I have been to Birmingham.
Birmingham's actually kind of a cool little
I've heard
city.
that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been.
The only time I was in Birmingham was when I was doing the play-by-play for the San Antonio Commanders and the Alliance of American Football, the AAF. We went down there and we played a game. What's great when you travel with a team like that, you go in Friday and as the radio guy, you go have fun.
Yeah,
And
you don't have to practice. You're good until
and there was a great bar there. Pledge was on that trip with us. And there's a bar there that has a drink called the Sex Panther. And if you get this drink, it was a whiskey drink, you can have it. They'll give you a Sex Panther tattoo. And I think Pledge is trying to get the matching tattoo this weekend in Birmingham.
Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know.
He has a Sex Panther tattoo already?
He does. He got one in Birmingham.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now he wants another one.
He wants another one.
All right.
Yeah. It's
Sex Panthers do look better in pairs.
Yeah, well, you would think. You would think.
Will one be facing one way and the other? I don't know what they would call that. But
I don't know.
I don't know how. I don't know how cats do it. But
it's that's a great question. You see dogs all the time. Do you ever see cats?
What's kitty style?
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's a good question. That's a great question. And now I'm afraid somebody's going to tweet us pictures of what that might look like.
We know they do it.
What is your Twitter?
At AJ is the real.
At AJ is the real.
That's right.
Tweet at me at Jason Minix.
I know. Fred just said AJ's mic just moved down by itself. Yeah, this is what happens.
Those that are watching on YouTube, pay attention to things like that.
All right, those who are watching on YouTube, are we ready to give this thing away?
You have it all ready to go?
I've got all the names in the wheel, man.
All the names are in the wheel.
20 names.
We have been getting you qualified all week long for 3-day wristbands to ACL Music Festival Week 2. If you don't win the tickets, the wristbands, you can buy them aclfest.com. These are 3-day wristbands. I did see, I got an email. Single day will go on sale soon, but these are for all 3 days. AJ's got the wheel ready to spin, the randomizer.
All right.
All right,
here we go. People.
Here we go.
This is the wheel with all the names on it.
If you're watching on YouTube, the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel, you can see the wheel.
And here we go.
The wheel is spinning. Here we go. How long does that thing spin for? All right. It has stopped. And the winner is Clay Jones.
Congratulations, Clay.
Clay Jones, you win yourself 3-day wristbands to ACL Music Festival Week 2.
Man, Hector Ortega was so close. That was like...
Why do you want Hector to feel bad?
I mean, I just wanted him to know that...
He was that close.
Man, you were right
Spin
there.
it again just to see for fun. Let's just... See, we have our winner.
Okay.
But to prove that it's random, spin it again.
All right.
All right. This is for no prizes.
No prize, but the winner of no prize is who?
Let's see if it will show us the name. Mark Hinojosa.
See?
You are the runner-up, Mark Hinojosa. If Clay Jones cannot fulfill his obligations as the winner and doesn't respond to email or phone calls, then who is it? Mark Hinojosa.
That's right. Shout out, Mark.
Yeah, you want to do a third runner-up for fun?
No, that's enough.
You're tired of spinning the wheel?
I'm tired of spinning this. It's heavy.
It's heavy.
Heavy as the arm that spins the wheel.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see.
Andrew wants a third runner-up.
Yeah.
Like, please, he wants.
Yeah.
There's no prize for that one either, Andrew.
There really isn't.
Sucks, man.
I mean, we could get Mark a prize. I mean, you know, Rob's got all those bobbleheads over there, a lunchbox. We could give one of those away, and Rob wouldn't even know it was gone.
That's true.
You have a bobblehead over here. Why do you have a bobblehead?
I don't know. I didn't put it there. It's not mine.
Well, whose is it?
I just said I don't know. It's not mine. I don't know whose it is.
But it's on this side. And it's
I'm
not,
telling you, I didn't put it there.
It's not mine. I didn't put it there.
Then that means there's like, how many people live in the world? One of them that wasn't you or I must have put it there.
Yeah. Well, I get how that works. You know, it's funny because I saw it there yesterday.
It remains a mystery.
I just assumed it was yours. Like, oh, cool.
You thought that I just had like a Corey Seager bobblehead.
Yes. And left it in the box and had no desire to do anything with it. So you left it there. You've got a 12-year-old. Maybe you wanted to take it to your kid.
He is a Rangers fan.
You know, dude. Here. AJ, thanks for working extra today. You get yourself a Corey Seager bobblehead.
All right.
Yes.
I bet it's broken out of the box.
All right. Let's see.
If it's anything like the real Corey Seager.
Wow. Wow. Nope. All intact.
All intact.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
you can get your kid a gift.
If the body's not broken, I bet the swing is.
Well, there's no bat in this one.
Oh, good.
Did you see, I think it is Seager with a World Series ones that came in with the. If you open it up, the bat is separate, and he's batting. I made that joke too.
Okay.
I wonder if it's
Broken out of the box. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now what do we do?
Well, Fred,
we waited all week for that drama.
Yeah, Fred wants us to spin the wheel for the Corey bobblehead, but we're not. We're not going to do that.
No, you can't just keep spinning the wheel.
AJ doesn't want to spin the wheel
I told
anymore.
you, my hand is tired from spinning.
Okay. I was about to make a really bad joke.
Hand.
I was really going to make a bad joke.
That's my snacking hand.
You've been away from
man.
the wife for 2.5 weeks.
That's true.
I would not make jokes about having a tired hand.
No, that's a good call. Well, I've
Yeah.
been sitting on my left hand for the last hour in hopes that, I could throw a change up later.
Oh.
That's the goal.
Mm-hmm. When do you go home? Next weekend?
Yeah.
Are you counting down like you're in prison? Counting the days?
No, who am I? Scotty Scheffler?
I mean,
No,
maybe.
I'm a
that was
law-abiding citizen.
Most terrifying 2 hours of that dude's life.
Yeah. It's like, am I going to ever get out of here? I assaulted a cop today.
He did. But while he was thinking about, oh crap, I'm in jail, watching Get Up, watching Greeny, he realized, you know what? With this rain, I might actually make the golf tournament.
When I was sitting in like the holdings, there was a TV there, and I could see myself on the TV on ESPN, and it was Get Up was on, and so in the corner it showed the time, and it said they were delayed, and I was kind of thinking about my tee time. I was like, well, maybe I could be able to get out. The officers downstairs, and they were discussing how long it was going to take me to get released. Obviously you have to go through all the due process and everything, and I was able to kind of see a bit of the TV, and then I laid down, and then I started to stretch a little bit once I got my heart rate down a little bit.
On his mat. I rolled up my mat, and they said, get out of here, man.
Yep.
You're free to go.
I just really want to know, did he get a police escort from the police station back to the golf course? Because he made it over there pretty quick.
He made it pretty quick.
He made it quick through all the traffic.
And he somehow changed clothes. I'd be embarrassed if I got arrested wearing the clothes he was wearing this morning. Like he had on short shorts and tall socks. It was a really bad look.
Well, I mean, it was 5 o'clock in the morning.
I know he wasn't expecting anyone to see him, but then he's on TV.
Well, again, that's
you always have to assume if I get arrested, this is what I'm going to be wearing when I get arrested.
Do you actually think about that?
All the time.
And yet you chose to wear that today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, because he wakes up probably, I don't know, whatever Airbnb's in or whatever he does. He's got his stuff going to the golf course, going to change and then go practice. So I don't know. But it wasn't a good look.
Fred says, wonder what was on the menu for Scotty. They confirmed it was a chicken foot and tree bark.
Mm-hmm.
That was the meal, the breakfast meal.
Good Lord. It is an extended version of the Blitz. We're taking you up to the start of the Rangers game. Let's talk some NBA basketball coming up here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Monday on the Huddle, we find out if the cop beater won the PGA Championship. The NBA playoffs continue. Who's playing in the next round? We'll know by then. Lots of fights, too. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you on Monday. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
In lieu of flowers, donate to Dogs That Care.
There's somebody somewhere putting together a website right now. Dog That Cares.
Have you ever escaped the backyard, gone over to the neighbor's place, killed every chicken they had? I have. I'm a dog who cares.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Save big this Memorial Day at Lowe's. Right now, save on 1.5-gallon annual hanging baskets. Get 2 for just $16. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off. Select interior and exterior paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 5/29. Hanging baskets in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Get to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale and get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 and get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses, all with free and fast delivery. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, save $8 on a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades in-store only. We'll even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
George gets justice. If you've been injured, get George, because George gets justice. With over 100 years of combined experience and a relentless dedication to your case, the attorneys at George Salinas Injury Lawyers will fight for what's right. If you've been injured and it's not your fault, get George and get the compensation you deserve. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com. George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
With a true Vegas feel, the Big Blind is the premier poker room in San Antonio, featuring an upscale environment catering to players from all abilities. From high-octane tournaments or lively cash games, the Big Blind has a game for everyone, including blackjack tournaments. From the owners of the Roo Pub and the Angry Elephant, the Big Blind is locally owned and operated, offering daily cash games to daily, weekly, and monthly tournaments. Learn more online at thebigblindsa.com. The Big Blind at 281 and Redland Road.
For the last 4 decades, San Antonio Sports has dared this community to dream big through the transformational power of sport. For 40 years, we've inspired youth to get in the game, motivated San Antonians to live healthy, been a force behind places to play, and hosted events that impact. As we celebrate 40 years of dreaming big, we invite you to dream big along with us. To support our mission, donate today at sanantoniosports.org.
The NFL is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Working a little late today, taking you up to the Rangers game. Pre-game starts at 6:30. AJ Hoffman in for Joe. I'm Jason Minix. Make sure you start listening to AJ if you haven't. AJ and Rob, Morning Huddle, 6 to 10 a.m.
Tiger's only 20 off the pace right now.
Only 20, so you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance. Yeah, I'm saying there's a chance that Tiger gets drunk tonight. And, you know what? I'm saying there's a real good chance of that.
Did you run over a cop in the morning?
I don't think he's playing tomorrow. I don't think he's playing. I don't think he may have trouble getting into Valhalla tomorrow. He might not have a credential to get in.
He might. Who is the Gala?
It's a made up person. I've never seen that name before, and he's in 3rd place in the tournament.
3rd place.
Yeah, only behind Scheffler and Morikawa. Pretty good spot to be. Right now, ahead of Scotty Scheffler. Good for him. This is him, the Gala.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit the marker. What a dope. Yeah. No, I've never heard of this guy in my life, but he is contending. Sahith Theegala. Good for him. Having a good day.
He's from Orange, California. Went to college at Pepperdine.
Oh, what a place.
Right now ranks 4th on the money list.
Really? How have I never heard of him?
He's 26 years old. I'm the same way.
Man. I'm admittedly not much of a golf watcher. But 4th on the money list.
That's it. I mean, I'm clicked on ESPN and clicked on his profile. That's what it says.
Good for him.
In April of 22, he won. He came in 2nd at the RBC Heritage.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't even pay attention to golf unless it's one of these big major ones.
I don't know if he's 4th on the money list. It says ranked 4th, but he's tied for 52, tied for 28th, and tied for 45th. And right now he's in 3rd at the PGA Championship.
Well, good for him. We'll see if it lasts. I'm gonna guess no. I'm gonna guess it doesn't last.
That'd be good, smart money.
But you think Scheffler wins this thing? It'd be the best story.
It would be the best story. It'd be a remarkable story. I like Scheffler coming in, but it's so hard.
That's a bold pick.
It's hard, but it's hard to win back-to-back majors.
Yeah,
and so Scheffler, who is currently leading, would be another one that I would have gone with. But is he going to go wire to wire in a major?
That's tough too.
That's tough to do.
Although yesterday he made the course look so. I thought that if yesterday was any indication, the winner was going to go like 28 under for the week, and they were like, we're never going to play a tournament here again. This place is a joke. But it looks like things are a little more difficult today. And maybe because it rained.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not having quite as easy of a time today as they were yesterday.
Do the Knicks take care of business tonight?
No. I think they get beheaded tonight.
Beheaded?
Yeah, I think they might get their ass kicked tonight. But
as bad as Denver did last night?
No. God, no. I don't know. They could get worse. That was the first time in 25 years that a team's had 2 runs of 20 or more points in the game.
Good Lord.
They had a 20-point run and a 24-point run. Like, that just doesn't happen.
No.
It's especially to the defending champions in the playoffs.
But the Joker said afterwards it was a great loss.
I think we shouldn't. I think we need to sink in. Like, it's a great loss.
What?
They beat us. They destroy us. And we should learn it.
They destroy us.
You can respect, they came out and Actually, we had like 9-2 score.
I like that.
Fun.
You got to have a sense
Didn't
of
go
humor.
good for them in that period.
We're up.
But since then, it was a one-team show. So I'm gonna take this as a great loss.
When you get beat by 50,
What do you say?
Exactly. I would rather lose like that than a buzzer beater. Closeout game, you've got an opportunity, and they win on a buzzer beater. Momentum is real. Can it carry over from Minnesota into Game 7? Confidence, sure. But if they would have won in a buzzer beater, the disappointing factor, I think, for Denver, like, man, they've already beaten us twice at our place. When you get blown out like that, you know you're a better basketball team than what you showed. It's not like you played a great game and lost, and you question everything about you do. Last night, you know they're a better basketball team than that.
Anthony Edwards told somebody who worked at the arena in Denver, like, I'll be back for Game 7. You watch.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
Game
7? They know y'all was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7. Yeah.
I love this guy. I'm not a fan of, like, I don't have an NBA team that I cheer for. I just don't. I want Minnesota to do well because I enjoy him. I mean, I don't know how long I'll cheer for him. The act might get old, but right now I like him.
Yeah.
So
they're a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
They're, and again, I know you don't have a team and you haven't been in San Antonio long enough but I mean, they kind of remind you of the Spurs when they were winning, the way they play, everything about what they do to a degree. I won't say everything, but so much of what they do reminds you of those Spurs teams back then.
But there's something about Anthony Edwards, the energy. He's just a dog. And, like, I love dudes like that. I like it.
AJ, 8.5 hours of radio down.
Yeah.
Welcome to the team.
Barely breaking a sweat.
Team guy. Rangers baseball coming up next here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
In lieu of flowers, donate to dogs that